just going to kind of jump from place to place to ask you some questions to fill in some gaps that I have in my mind as far as your testimony earlier. So if you'll forgive me, it's not linear. Okay, so first off, you talked about going through the house, and then I don't remember if you left the house and then went through again a second time. Is that what happened, or can you kind of walk us through that process?
Sure. I didn't walk through the entirety of the house. I think to clear that up was when we cleared the house, at one point I left through the master bedroom door to the backyard and then re-entered that door to walk out the front door of the home.
Okay, so you went through the house and then went through the master bathroom and then went outside and then came back through.
Correct.
Retraced your steps.
Correct.
Were you alone at that point?
Correct.
Okay. And you had another officer that was with you when you, the first time you entered the house, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then what did he do?
He stood by the front doorway and covered the north side of the house while I proceeded south through the hall towards the laundry room and the carport.
Okay. And then at some point, did you call in additional officers?
I did.
Okay.
One of them.
Okay. What was the purpose of that?
To have enough people in the home to cover the 3 bedrooms that were the 2 offices, the 2 bedrooms in the office that were in the home to the north.
So all eyes on any area that someone could surprise you from?
Correct.
Okay. Was there anyone in the house?
No.
The second time that you went through the house, did the second officer that you called join you?
When you say I went through the house the second time, you mean when I re-entered the home from the backyard to go out the front door?
I see, right. No, I guess this would be the third time.
Okay.
Sure. So you went to the house once, went back through, and then the So Powell didn't wait at the front door, he went with you?
Correct.
To the house, which had enough people to check everything?
Exactly.
Okay. And I noticed, going through that, as you came to each exit door, you checked the lock and unlocked the door?
Correct.
And was each door locked?
Yes.
Okay. So that would be the door that goes through the kitchen, kind of out to the carport area?
Correct.
And the door that goes out of the master bath into the backyard?
Correct.
Now, there's a third door, sliding door. Did you have anything to do with that door?
I did not.
And that's the glass door that you see, it's just off the dining and kitchen area?
Correct.
Do you recall if there was any kind of curtain or anything on that door?
Don't recall.
Jumping around. Now,
Oh,
jumping
good.
to the height of the fence.
Yep.
Okay, so, when you went into the backyard, either the first time or the second time, did you notice how high the fence was?
Standard block fence.
So nothing stuck out at you?
No.
And the second time you went through with the two other officers, did they join you to go back to the house?
They did not.
Did they exit through the fence?
They did.
Into the alley?
Correct.
And do you recall if that alley gate was locked or latched?
I didn't go that far.
Okay, all right, okay. I have a question, I'm gonna use this. On the master bathroom,
Sorry, for the record, this is exhibit,
249,
Thank
and the
you.
state's already. So this is the master bathroom, is that right?
Correct.
Now, in your conversation with us, you recall talking to us about a towel that you kind of were interested in the master bathroom?
Yes.
Okay. Is it one of those two items that you can see in the picture, either the pink or the blue one?
The one on the door, the black one on the door.
Okay, so, oh, you mean this, like this?
Yes.
Okay, the black rectangle?
Yeah.
That's the towel that you noticed?
I believe so.
Okay. And what did you notice about it?
That had a smell of chlorine or bleach on it.
So, the entire house smelled of chlorine,
Correct.
but that particular towel, it had a heightened smell or odor?
The odor seemed to come back to me from the front of the house was where it was really strong. When you go through the bedroom and the other, didn't smell it as strong until it got to that door.
Good. Another kind of crazy question. In your investigation of the house, did you ever find out what the trash collection schedule was for that alley?
No.
Will you agree with me that as you're walking through the house, that you did notice that cabinets or drawers had been rummaged through?
Say that again?
Did you notice whether cabinets or drawers had been rummaged through as you went through the house?
I don't recall.
I'm not sure, we got this testimony from you, but do you recall whether the initial call from 911 was for a medical call?
I don't recall whether it was, I know they aired the radio call, and sometimes they come out as medical and PD related.
But nothing sticks out in your recollection.
No.
Do you happen to know where the firefighters were before they responded to the scene?
I do not.
How many firefighters, if you know, entered the house?
4.
And how do you know that?
They told me.
So, you and Powell entered the house,
Correct.
and then you called Ben, is it Welding?
Yep.
Ben, okay. Was there another officer, Buckler, at the scene?
She was.
Okay. Did he enter the house?
Don't believe so.
If you know, do you know what the firefighters did when they entered the house?
Not specifically. They told me.
Okay, not for whether it's true, but for your notice of what they said, what did they say?
They said that they attached these to the victim and confirmed that she was deceased.
Was Detective Lockerbie there?
No.
Okay. Did you ever see him at that initial time at the scene?
Not at the initial time.
I think that's about it, just a second. Were you dressed in a patrolman's uniform?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that similar to the uniform you have now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on your uniform, do you normally carry gloves?
In my pocket, yes.
Okay. And those are two types of gloves, correct?
Correct.
What are those types?
Typically, officers will carry either latex gloves in their pocket, which I did not, or felt kind.
Okay. And when you say felt kind, just, I'm familiar with gloves that you use to work on a car, say from Craftsman or something. Is that the type of gloves you're talking about?
Similar.
Okay. And what's the purpose for those gloves?
Typically, if we're going to go hands-on with an individual, if we're going to arrest an individual, then we would typically put those on to limit skin contact.
Right. And that's really for your protection?
Correct.
And the other type of gloves, what are those for?
Typically, I would use those for biohazard or to limit transfer if I was handling evidence.
Okay, so those gloves are to prevent you from moving your DNA or whatever to the item, the object, okay?
And protection.
I'm sorry?
And protection from us.
Oh, okay, biohazard coming back the other way.
Correct.
Okay. Are those gloves, as far as your patrol officers, do they always carry multiple pairs of those gloves that are used for protection?
It depends on the individual.
Okay. Is there a particular style or color of glove that the department requires?
No.
Okay. How about the rubber gloves?
No, they usually have a supply, but they could go through different manufacturers and colors.
Okay. Crazy question. Do you remember what color those, I'm calling them rubber gloves, I realize they're not rubber. But what color those gloves would have been at that time that the officers had?
I do not.
And those are disposed of after one use, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But the felt gloves or the mechanic's gloves, those are gloves that you have that you might use multiple times in a shift.
Yes.
Okay. In a moment, I may be done. That's all, thank you.
And redirect by the state, so you can have a seat, thank you.
Sergeant, with respect to the gloves, when you enter the residence, were you wearing gloves?
Was not.
again, tell us the purpose of your entering the home that day.
To look for additional victims or potential threats.
Was that your primary focus?
Correct.
And in doing so, were you armed?
Yes.
Where was your weapon as you traversed the residence?
At the low ready or at the potential rooms that were open.
And what do you mean by low ready?
Just down, probably about at a 45-degree angle from my body.
From your memory, would that be the same, would that same information apply to Officer Powell and Van Wheelen?
It will.
Now, you talked about the smell of bleach or some bleach product throughout the home, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think I heard you say a moment ago that it was the strongest near the front door.
Yes, sir.
But, so, when you made it to the master bath, explain to me again, did I understand you to say that it seemed to you that the odor grew stronger yet again?
I noticed it when I got to the door, as if there was some sort of bleach or chlorine.
Okay. This object that you pointed out to council a moment ago on the door handle, did you pick it up and smell it? So my question to you is, the stronger odor, do you know for certain where it was coming from?
It appeared from the door area.
Okay. From the door area as opposed to a particular object?
Yes.
Now, do I understand that once you exited into the backyard and you came back through the house, did you retrace your steps through the hallway where Miss Feldman's body was located?
I did.
Did you touch anything in the hallway?
No, sir.
And other than the unlocking the door and locking it back in the master bathroom, did you touch anything?
No, sir.
When you went to the garage and looked into the car, did you touch anything on the car?
No, sir.
Obviously, you must have touched the locks on the door in the laundry room to unlock it, correct?
Correct.
And then you attempted to lock it back, but were unable to.
Correct.
Now, council asked you if you touched the, I'm gonna call it an Arcadia door, the sliding glass door that led into the backyard. Do you recall if it was open or closed? You didn't touch it, correct?
Correct.
And why was that? Why didn't you approach that door?
That room was wide open, so any potential threats or victims was easy to see from my vantage point. There was a lot of potential evidence in that area that I didn't need to go to that area. I didn't need to clear that area. I could visually do it.
Did you notice any potential blood evidence either on or around that door, either on the inside or the outside of that sliding door?
Objection to see the 6.
Overruled.
You did.
I did not.
this came out as a medical call a moment ago, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember what you heard from dispatch that led you to go to the residence on Monterey Way?
I recall dispatch saying that boyfriend had found his girlfriend in the home, not breathing. And I don't recall what was said after that, but it prompted me to leave where I was at and go to that call.
Now, as you and the Officer Powell and Officer Weldy went through the hallway, checking the 2 bedrooms and the office, did you enter those rooms or did you simply look into them?
I don't recall whether I personally went into those rooms. The way that we were configured to search, sometimes we'll take turns, whoever has the best vantage point will take the bedroom to the left, to the right, while the other covers down. But then the other covers the potential threat of the hallway that is coming toward us, so we have all angles covered.
Okay. So, for example, if there were a closet in one of those rooms, would one of you clear the closet?
Yes,
Do you recall doing that at all?
I don't.
Do you recall a door being close to Ms. Feldman's body
I do.
in the hallway? Did you enter that door?
We did not.
Just so I make it clear, that again, in the laundry room, you didn't touch anything but the door locks, correct?
Correct.
When you spoke with the fire personnel, they told council that they told you they put leads on Ms. Feldman's body, correct?
Correct.
Did they indicate to you that they went anywhere else in the home?
They did not.
Did they tell you they didn't, or that you don't recall?
They told me they just went to Allison's body and put the leads on.
And then came back out?
Came back out.
Thank you. That's all the questions.
And counsel, could you approach, please? And if the parties could approach, please. Sergeant, I have a follow-up question for you from the jury. How did you get from the backyard back into the house after clearing the master bath?
How did I get into the bedroom?
So the question is, how did you get from the backyard back into the house after clearing the master bath?
I cleared the backyard and then went back into the master bath, which led into the master bedroom, and then out the front door.
Any follow-up from the state?
No.
Any follow-up from the
No,
defense?
thank you.
And those were all the questions. May this witness be excused, subject to recall.
Yes.
You may step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the state may call their next witness. Good morning, sir. I'll have you come up to this podium right here and we'll get you sworn in.
Sergeant Jared Benweldy, Allison Feldman, Victor, A.N.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
And I'll have you take a seat up here, please. Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning.
Can you tell these folks your name, please?
Yes, I'm Sergeant Jared Benweldy with the Scottsdale Police Department Domestic Violence.
Can you spell your last name for me?
Sure. It is V as in Victor, A-N-W-E-E-L-D-E.
Thank you. How long have you been with the Scottsdale Police Department?
Approximately 18 years.
All right, so, any law enforcement experience prior to that?
Yes, in the state of Michigan for the Kent County Sheriff's Department.
For how long?
For about 4 years total time there.
What, I'm gonna ask you some questions about 2015, but what is your assignment today?
Today, I am the sergeant for the Domestic Violence Unit located in our Persons Crimes Bureau.
And how long have you been doing that?
I've been there since about June.
All right. So in February 2015, on the 18th of February 2015, were you on duty?
Yes, I was.
And what was your assignment on that day?
On that day, I worked what's called the C Squad shift out of the McKellips district, which is our south district. The C Squad shift is like a mid-shift day, starting around 10:30 in the morning, going for approximately 10 hours, and it was a Tuesday through Friday schedule.
Around 4 p.m. that day. Do you recall, do you remember receiving a call for service on Monterey Way?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recall, if anything, about the information you received that caused you to go to a residence on Monterey Way?
There was a call about a medical at the address that we were directed to. There was an unresponsive person inside the home.
All right, and were you, you're on patrol unit
Yes.
that day, were you alone?
Yes, I was.
So, when you arrived at the residence, what do you recall seeing on the outside?
On the outside of the residence was a blue BMW that was parked near the house, as well as a male that another officer was tending to, and then the fire department was off to the side, and then I went to the front door where Sergeant Williamson and Sergeant Powell, or Officer Powell were.
Was that it, the male that you just described, was he with Officer Kerner?
Yes, he was.
Did you have contact with that individual at all?
I did not.
So, when you entered the residence, were you in uniform?
Yes, I was.
And were you armed?
Yes.
And what was your, first of all, were you asked or assigned to do something inside the residence?
Inside the residence, my role was to clear the home and to make sure that the scene was a safe scene to conduct further investigation.
And do you recall, I think you said Officer Powell was there?
Yes.
And Sergeant Williamson as well, correct?
Yes.
So was it just the three of you that cleared the residence?
Yes.
Explain to us, please, how you went about doing it.
So when we entered the residence, we were able to look to the right and see the majority of what we would call the living room, open area, kitchen, and that sort of general vicinity. And then towards the left was where the hallway was that led to what was perceived to be potentially bedrooms, bathrooms, or other rooms. So we did a visual look to the right, and once we made the look to the left, we started to go down the hallway and clear through the home. The main purpose of the clearing is to look for any other individuals that may be in the home, whether it be someone maybe hiding, maybe someone hurt, maybe someone needing medical attention. So our purpose is to go through the home quickly and safely and to make sure that the scene is secured and we know everyone that's involved in that home.
Do you recall walking past Ms. Feldman's body?
Yes.
What do you recall about the hallway in terms of any potential evidence?
Inside the hallway, what I was able to see was her body laying down on the floor. Her body was not moving. It was settled down to the ground, and nothing was up towards the sky, so her body was clearly non-moving at all. Her body was naked, and then there was some type of a cloth that was over her head area. I noticed that cloth, which looked to be purely black, has some type of discoloration on it. To me, it looked like a bleaching or a color distortion from some type of a cleaning agent. I could also smell the odor of some type of either bleach or cleaning agent of some kind that was emanating from within the home. And then to the right towards that living room area, I could see on the floor that there was some type of a film almost that it looked like was about the floor. Her body had nothing on it other than that sheet. There was blood that was on the floor and near her, and there was a smear, what I would call like an S smear, that went from where that living room kitchen area was to the location of where her body was resting. And that smear went right along from her body to that area. And then I stepped over that area and then cleared out that portion of the home, which was the master bedroom and bathroom.
While clearing the rooms, the bedrooms, and I think there was a third room, maybe an office. Did you enter any of those rooms?
Yes, we entered all the rooms, walked through them, just looking for people and things of that nature, and then kept walking through them.
Were you cognizant of where you were walking and or touching?
Yes, in this type of a scene, we're trying to not touch anything. We're trying to minimal contact with anything, minimal disruption. So any doorknobs we would use to open things of that nature, but other than that, our role is strictly to look for things that we need to give immediate medical or threat attention to.
Did you go into the kitchen area at all?
I did not know.
Did you approach well, first of all, do you recall whether or not there was a Arcadia door or sliding glass door that led into the backyard?
Yes, there was.
Do you recall whether it was open or closed?
I do not recall.
Did you approach that door?
I did not.
Could you see in the living room area, could you see what appeared to you to be a hardwood floor?
Yes, there was a brown hardwood floor as well as like a tile in the kitchen living room area.
Did you, anything about the hardwood that caught your attention?
That was where I saw like that film that I was discussing. There was something that seemed to be on that hardwood rather than it being a standard brown. There appeared to be some type of a film or discoloration.
Now, did you go into the backyard?
Yes.
And how did you get there?
From the master bedroom, we walked down the hallway from the front door, down the hallway towards the master bedroom while we were walking through clearing. And then from the master bedroom, there's a doorway that leads to the backyard. We used that doorway to get to the backyard to then clear the backyard.
So, did all three of you enter the backyard?
Yes.
And what did you do once you were in the backyard?
Once we were in the backyard, we again cleared that area as well, looking for any persons or anyone needing medical attention. Walking through, checking the areas, looked into the pool, looked at the main open areas, and then we exited out the rear gate that went to the alley.
Did you go into the garage at all?
No, I did not.
You looked into the pool, did you see anything that you can recall?
Yes, there was a rug, like a foot rug, like you would use to kind of wipe your feet off going into the home from the outside, and it was inside the pool upside down.
Again, asking you about this Arcadia door, did you approach it from the patio at all?
No, we looked around that area, but I did not touch that door, no.
You indicated that, was it, you exited the backyard through a gate, correct?
Yes, there was an alley that ran along the back of the houses on that street, and so we exited through a wooden gate that went to that alley, and that's how we left the scene.
And when you said we, who's we?
Myself, Sergeant Williamson, and Officer Powell.
Sergeant, let me ask you this. Is it possible that Sergeant Williamson went back into the residence?
Yes,
But you did not?
but I did not.
And Officer Powell did not?
I did not see him go back in the home.
The gate, do you recall whether it was locked, whether it was open, was it closed? Do you have any recollection?
We did not force entry on the gate, so it definitely was unlocked. There was it's like a latching, like a normal backyard gate, and we just went through that gate area.
And into the alleyway, and then where did you go?
Then we walked towards the front of the house. Around that time, there was a message over the radio about a car, and then I continued on to my normal duties of scene security and things of that nature.
Okay, and so in terms of scene security, what did you do?
A couple of different areas over time during the investigation. I would either post up on the alleyway or on the street or near the residence and provide scene security for the investigation.
Did you leave the residence, the area of the scene, did you leave it after you left the alleyway, or did you stay around?
I stayed around the area, yes.
And at some point, were you tasked with canvassing the neighborhood, so to speak, speaking to residents?
Yes, initial canvassing is to basically walk to the neighboring houses, talk to anyone, look for cameras, things of that nature, yes.
Did you, in doing that particular task, did you happen to observe what appeared to be cameras on one of those residences?
Yes, a next door neighbor had a camera that looked to be facing towards the target location, and I noted that and notified the investigations of my observation.
Did you yourself retrieve any film recording at all from that camera?
I did not.
Officer, do you know the defendant in this case?
His name, yes, that's about it.
Ever had any contact with him to your knowledge?
No.
I think I recall this correctly, but let me ask you again. Did you go into the kitchen area, laundry room area at all?
Not the kitchen area or the living room, none of that area. That was all to the right from the front door. I strictly went to the left.
So, and you didn't go in the garage?
No, I did not.
That's all the questions I asked.
And cross-examination by the defense.
Judge, can I just have a minute to get some?
Yes, you may.
I'll skip that for right now.
Sergeant, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hold on, I got an echo in my ear. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I can hear you. I want to talk to you about your role in the house, okay?
Okay.
You just testified that your role was to clear the house, correct?
Yes.
And you were one of the first police officers to respond to the scene.
Yes.
And you came in through the front door of the house.
Yes, I did.
And you were not trying to step on anything, correct?
Correct.
You guys didn't have booties on, correct?
No, I did not.
And you didn't have any rubber gloves on, correct?
No.
And that was because your job was not to collect evidence, correct?
Correct.
Your job was merely to go through the scene and make sure that it was safe for the people that came afterwards and yourselves, correct?
Yes.
You had your holster open, correct?
Yes.
And your gun was drawn, correct?
Yes, it was.
In a ready position.
Yes.
You, Sergeant Williamson, and Officer Power were clearing the residence, correct?
Yes.
And you said that you would go into each of the rooms, correct?
Yes.
And when we're talking about this, you're going down that north hallway, correct?
Yes.
And your goal is to open every door where someone could be behind, correct?
Yes.
And to look at every space that a person could be hiding.
Yes.
And you're looking for someone who may be in distress, correct?
Yes.
Any other person that could be present in that home.
Yes.
You're not opening up drawers.
No.
You're not opening up cabinets.
No.
Your job is to make sure that no one is in that house.
Correct.
You open up closet doors.
Yes.
And when you open them, you're clearing them, looking through, see if someone's there, correct?
Yes.
Your head's on a swivel.
Yes.
You're looking for any possible threats anywhere around you.
Correct.
You went into the bathrooms,
Yes.
looked through the shower, the one with the curtain.
And I don't specifically remember doing that, but yes, we would have cleared showers as well as moving curtains.
You wouldn't open up the door when there was a glass shower because you could look straight in, correct?
Not always. So, are you talking about a glass door on like a tub for a shower?
So there was a shower that was completely clear,
Yeah.
both sides. You didn't open up that door, right?
I don't recall opening that, no.
You went through the office, correct?
I don't recall an office. I remember the hallway and then going into that bedroom.
Okay. And when we're talking about the bedroom that you recall, it's the north master bedroom, for lack of a better purpose.
Correct.
The one that looked like it had been lived in,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
There was a dresser on one wall, correct?
Yes, there was.
There was a bed with 2 nightstands next to it.
Yes.
And you were looking around, you did not see any signs of struggle in the north bedrooms, correct?
I did not know.
You did not see any signs of rummaging through drawers and clothes.
No, I did not.
You didn't see any drawers that were wide open.
No.
No clothes thrown about.
There was a set of clothes that was on the bed, but thrown about the room, no.
And that set of clothes was like a one outfit, correct?
It looked like one outfit, yes.
It was a jean jacket, correct? On the bed.
I didn't go through it, so I'm not sure what all was there. It was notable, there was a clothing that was on the bed.
Okay. And there was something on the front of the bed, like 2 pieces of clothing on the front of the bed, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you guys then went through the bathroom door out to the backyard, correct?
Yes.
And you went in the alley, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to exit that in one way, it opened towards Earl, correct?
Yes, it does.
And the other way, it kind of curved around.
Yes.
And in those alleys, there's a large garbage can kind of at the bend of that alley, correct?
I don't specifically remember, but usually there are large trash bins in the alleys, yes.
And you came around to the back towards Earl, I think you told us, is that right?
Yes, I walked, it would have been, the street's kind of at a slant, so just walking kind of southeasterly and then around to the front back to the house.
Okay, and you didn't go back in the house again.
I did not.
Now, you just talked about the neighborhood canvas. I think you went on 2, is that correct?
It may have been 2, yes.
So on the first night, you went to the houses that were immediately surrounding Allison's, correct?
Yes,
And you tried to talk to people there.
correct.
And basically, you didn't get much. Is that right?
I went to several houses. Some people answered the door, said they didn't see or hear anything. Some people answered the door and said, I don't really know what to tell you. And then some people would answer the door and tell me whether or not they knew that Allison or anyone there, or whether or not they had cameras.
Some people recognized the blue BMW, correct?
Yes, one neighbor mentioned that that blue BMW they believed was a resident of the house.
But otherwise, no one heard anything that you brought back to the detectives investigating the scene, correct?
Correct.
You had mentioned that you noticed the cameras to the south of Allison's house,
Yes.
and you brought that back to the detectives who are handling this case.
Yes.
I think you went to about 4 houses that answered the door that night, correct?
I think it was about 4, yes.
And there were several that didn't answer.
Correct.
And then at some point, you talked to a lady comes up to you. Her name's Sarah. Do you recall that?
Yes, I remember someone coming up to me, yes.
And you learned from her that there was a GE repairman during the lunch hour there, but nothing more than that, correct?
Correct.
Then the next day, you came back to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you were tasked with doing a more in-depth canvass, correct?
Yes.
And you went with Officer Kerner,
Kerner.
that's Koener.
RNER.
Thank you. And you guys contacted about 30 residents that night.
Sounds about right.
And from that, you guys weren't collecting DNA at that point, correct?
No, I didn't know a DNA collection.
So you were just talking to find information, correct?
Yes.
And anybody that was home, you would talk to.
Yes.
You didn't take any notes,
Not that I recall, no.
and there was nothing of note that you brought back to the detectives.
Nothing that I recall bringing back, no.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, November 17th, 2025, changing course. President Trump is now urging House Republicans to support the release of the Epstein files after weeks of calling it a hoax by Democrats. What we know about his reversal.
Immigration crackdown. Federal agents making dozens of arrests in Charlotte. How the community is reacting.
Clear for takeoff. The FAA lifts all restrictions on flights, reversing the government shutdown order that caused massive delays and cancellations. What that means for your travel plans with Thanksgiving just over a week away.
Plus, meal plan. The president is rolling back some major tariffs, a move that could bring down your grocery bill. The items impacted ahead of your Thanksgiving dinner and how artificial intelligence could be used to cut food costs.
That one is interesting.
I know, someone using it for their grocery shopping, so stay tuned for that.
We begin this hour, though, with a dramatic reversal from President Trump.
The president now says he supports the vote on the Justice Department's release of files it has on convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Last night on Truth Social, the president wrote in part, quote, House Republicans should vote to release the Epstein files because we have nothing to hide. Just last week, President Trump called the release of the files a, quote, hoax and said Democrats were bringing them up for political reasons.
A Republican source familiar with the matter tells NBC News House Republican leaders are aiming to put the bipartisan Epstein resolution on the floor tomorrow. We should note there was just enough support to get a majority vote on this last week after a new Democrat was sworn into Congress. President Trump was a friend of Epstein's for years, but has said that they had a falling out and has repeatedly denied knowing about or being involved in Epstein's sex trafficking operation. Let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Julie Sirkin. Julie, this seems to be a pretty significant reversal by the president. I know we have some new reporting on private conversations that may have contributed to this reversal. Tell us about that, and what can we expect to see tomorrow?
Well, the president saw the writing on the wall. He knew that this was a massively popular effort. It's not just the 4 who've signed on to the discharge petition among the Republican Party in the House. It is also potentially a lot more members, a veto-proof majority, meaning even if the president decides not to sign the bill into law, there might be enough Republicans who support releasing those files to force his hand anyway. Speaker Johnson just ran by me minutes before I came to talk to you, and I asked him if he is going to vote on the discharge petition in favor of forcing the DOJ to release these files tomorrow. He did not answer. I saw a smirk from him, but of course I was chained to this post, so we could not run with him any further. But the vote could happen, guys, as soon as tomorrow. Leadership aide saying that this is something Speaker Johnson just wants to get over with and put on the floor and let it fall how it may.
To that end, Julie, if Congress ultimately does vote for the release of these Epstein files and the president signs it into law, what might we find? What might be revealed?
Well, look, they have thousands and thousands of pages of documents. Just to put this into perspective, the DOJ already handed over.
All right? Correct. You indicated to counsel that you didn't observe anything that indicated to you that drawers had been rummaged through, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe, by any chance, any of the drawers in any of the open at all, do you recall?
I don't recall any drawers specifically being open.
If you look closely at this photograph, can you observe what appears to be as if something had been sprayed on the knobs or on the face of these drawers?
It does look to me like there's like a speckling, and then also you can see from the speckling, like on that top drawer from the photograph, it definitely is something just coming down, which would indicate something wet had been sprayed or made its way to that drawer, yes.
Right, and obviously you don't know what happened. My question for you is, as you're clearing the home, did you happen to observe anything like this?
I did not specifically look for that, no.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions that. Actually, I have one more. You received information about a GE repairman from one of the neighbors, correct?
Correct.
Was that repairman at her house? Is that why she came home early? Do you recall?
I do not recall where the GE repairman was.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Does anyone have a question for this witness from the jury? We will collect that. clearing begun before you entered house, or did all three clear at the same time?
The three of us cleared at the same time, and the manner of clearing the house will work as a team in one space and walk through. And then based on the room size and condition is when we walk in. If it's a small bathroom, one person's gonna go in and look, because all three of us wouldn't probably fit. And so that's how we go through the clearing process, is room by room, and then one or two officers based on the size of the room.
Any follow-up by the state?
No.
Any follow-up by the defense?
No.
And those are all the questions. May this witness be excused, subject to recall.
Yes, ma'am.
You may step down, sir. Thank you. And the state may call their next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Harley Feldman.
And as a reminder, we will turn the camera away at this time, please.
Can you state and spell your name for the court?
Harley Feldman, J-R-A-L-Y.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Sir, I'll have you take a seat up here in the witness box. Thank you.
Good morning. So I'm just going to ask you a few questions this morning. First, I want to start with, can you tell me a little bit about your daughter?
Allison was probably a perfect child. She grew up well behaved. She told the truth all the time. She helped people wherever she could. She had lots of friends, and she was a cheerleader in school, and she went to all the football games. So I think she's probably a perfect child.
And gonna kind of jump to some more logistical type questions. When did she move out to Arizona?
She decided to attend the University of Arizona. I can't remember exactly what year. She had just graduated from high school in Minnesota and decided that the U of A was where she wanted to go.
Would that have been around maybe graduating at least in 07 or 08 timeframe? That sound about right?
That sounds right.
So she went straight from high school into college.
Yes.
And had she lived in Minnesota, grown up there up to that point?
Mostly. We lived in Seattle for 2.5 years. We lived in Washington, D.C. for 2.5 years. But the rest of the time she was in Minnesota.
And after she moved out here, initially going to U of A down in Tucson, did she continue then to live in Arizona up until 2015?
Yeah, when she graduated at the U of A, she decided to move to Phoenix. Tucson was small for her, and she liked the old town area of Scottsdale, so she tried to find a place to live here.
And we'll probably jump around a little, but now that we're there, did she initially move into a condo in that area?
Yes, she actually lived with a cousin of ours for about a month when she first came out here, but then she got this condo moved into on Indian School.
And before we get to her house on Monterey, I want to ask a few more questions about her. Were you aware of sort of her general career and career choices?
Yeah, we talked almost every day.
What would that look like? Would you talk on the phone every day, text every day, something else?
Mostly on the phone. Text messaging wasn't working perfectly back then. She talked to her mother 2 or 3 times a day, and she talked to me at least once a day. And it was always her choice.
What do you mean by that, her choice?
She called us. We didn't demand that she talk to us. She just wanted to.
Was she doing okay out here financially and with career-wise?
Yes. She started with a company that sold
mentioned you guys would talk on the phone every day. Would you also visit her out here in Arizona?
Yes, at that time, my wife was a flight attendant, so we could fly free on standby, so we came out here once a month or once every couple months.
And when you come out, would you stay for a few days at a time, or to the extent that you could?
Sometimes it was 1 or 2 days, and sometimes it was a week.
When you would come out here and visit her, would you stay at her house?
Yes.
Would you, would she take you around in whatever car she had at that time?
Yes.
Were you aware, or had you met her boyfriend, Alex?
Many times.
Tell me a little bit about that. When did you, the interactions that you had with him?
I can't tell you exactly when, but we met. They'd been dating for a little while, and we spent time with Alex at her house. We'd go out to dinner sometimes.
And did you, in your observations, feel that they got along well?
They got along really well.
Were you, as her father, kind of cognizant of any potential red flags or anything like that?
No.
No? Okay. So, that was a poor question, but you didn't see any issues between Alex and Allison in your observation? Was it your understanding that they were, from your observations, working their way towards potentially engagement or marriage in the future?
Possible. I mean, we never talked about any details, but they were clearly getting along better and had been dating for a long time. They went to Europe together.
And was this Allison's first kind of serious boyfriend to your knowledge, anyway?
Yeah, I would say so.
I'm going to ask you a little bit about the house where she was living on Monterey, but I'm going to show you Exhibit 181. May I approach, Judge?
You may. And you have continuing permission.
Can you tell me what that is?
That's a picture of the three of us out for dinner.
And when you say the three of us, who's in that photo?
Allison, Elaine, my wife, and myself.
Is that sort of just a fair representation of the three of you, including your wife?
Yes.
Judge, I move to admit Exhibit 181.
Okay.
It's ordered admitting Exhibit 181 into evidence.
And we've actually seen this in the opening, but I'm going to put it on the screen just briefly so the jurors can understand what it is I asked about. I won't leave that up, but just the understanding of that's the three of you, family picture.
Yes.
Kind of a regular night for you.
Yes.
So I've taken that photo down. I'm going to ask you about the neighborhood where Allison was living, specifically the house on Monterey. Do you remember when she moved from the condo into that house generally?
May have, would have been 11 years ago. I was actually in town when she found the house. She'd been looking for 2.5 years. And we walked into the house, and I thought, this is the one she's going to buy.
You just knew as her father that this was kind of the style, the neighborhood, what she was looking for? Did you have any reason to be concerned about the neighborhood from your personal observations?
No.
Anything that you ever learned of that was of concern to you from Allison or otherwise?
No.
Do you know if Allison, well, to your personal knowledge, was she friendly with the neighbors nearby? Ever had any sort of altercations or anything with any of her nearby neighbors?
No, she never had altercations with anyone.
So she had been living there. You said it was around May or so of 2014 that she moved in, that time frame. So she'd been living there a little less than a year when this all happened. How many times do you think you visited in that year time frame, give or take?
I'd say 4 or 5.
And we've seen pictures of the house, but because that wasn't the house that you saw, I'm not going to show you those photos. Can you just tell me, when you would go and visit, what room would you and your wife stay in?
There was a bedroom in front of the house, and we would stay there.
And we've seen one that kind of looks made up like a guest bathroom, maybe used less frequently. Is that probably where you'd, something like that?
It's the main bathroom for the house, yes.
Oh, apologies. You would use that guest bathroom when you visited, is that right?
No,
No. Which one would you use?
the main bathroom.
Okay. And you would stay in the guest bedroom, the thing we've seen made up as a guest bedroom?
Yes.
I think I got my words twisted there. And that was the regular, whenever you guys would visit, you would typically stay at her house?
Yes,
She had the room for you?
yes.
Were you personally aware of her ever having anyone come over, like any handyman or anything here and there to fix things?
If she did, I wouldn't know.
Okay. Would she ask you to fix things around the house, or would she typically probably ask somebody else?
She always asked me whenever I came in.
Fair enough. Were you aware if she had anyone to clean the pool, or would she do that herself?
No, she had a pool cleaner, came once a week.
Did Allison keep her house fairly clean, at least the times that you visited?
Yes, she was a very neat person.
Did she typically have out or have ready access to like towels or dish towels in the kitchen area?
Yes.
What about the couch? Do you recall if she ever kept any blankets on the couch?
She did.
Did she appreciate kind of that being wrapped up in a blanket?
Yes,
Coming,
didn't like being cold.
fair enough. Coming from Minnesota, maybe she moved to Phoenix for a reason? Phoenix area?
She picked the U of A after looking at lots of schools, and I think that when there had a lot to do with it.
We've seen some photos of a sliding door, Arcadia door, that goes to the backyard. Do you remember that door?
Yes.
Did that door have any sort of covering on it, or anything that covered it, to your knowledge?
No.
What about the kitchen windows to the rear? Did those have any sort of coverings on them, to your knowledge?
No.
Did you know Allison in February, or in the spring or fall in this part of town, did you know her to leave any of her doors or windows open for fresh air?
Yes, she liked fresh air. In fact, her mother used to say, "Don't leave that door open."
Do you know if she had a place where she might keep jewelry in her bedroom?
It was just in the drawers.
Do you remember her having sort of a general multi-purpose key ring?
She did. I don't remember the key ring itself, but I know she had. She'd throw it in the kitchen drawers when she cooked.
Now I'm gonna jump to a different topic. After, let me go out of order here a little bit. Did you ultimately become aware at one point that she had an alarm system at her house?
Yes,
And did you have access to that sort of on the internet or on your phone?
yes.
Did you frequently check that, or was it just something that you were aware of, or something else?
I hardly ever checked it. I just was aware that it was there.
After you learned of what happened to your daughter, were you asked by police to contact her phone service provider, AT&T? Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
Okay. To your personal knowledge, has there ever been any activity on her phone that you were made aware of after February 17th, 2015?
None that were.
Did you ultimately have access or gain access to her bank accounts?
We had some joint, almost all of our accounts were joint with me, just so we could move money around more easily or through accounts.
And to your knowledge, was there ever any activity that you became aware of on any of her bank accounts after February 17th, 2015?
No.
Did you ultimately, did police come to visit you in March of 2015 and collect a buccal swab from your cheek?
Yes.
And you, obviously, you were okay with that, gave that consensually?
Yes.
And they came up to you in Minnesota to do that?
Yes.
Did you, as part of your normal sort of course, did you try to make contact with Allison on February 17th?
I did. I sent her a text message 9 o'clock at night. And I didn't get a response, but in those days, text messages were reliable, so I didn't think a lot about it.
And so did you then reach back out to her that next day, February 18th?
Yes, we tried to call her a couple times, and, well, she might not answer her phone. It was always on because she was in sales. And it didn't ring.
And so for you, that was sort of unusual, like the phone was off, something that wouldn't happen?
Correct. That's why about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I called the Scottsdale police to do a phone check.
Did you ultimately get a return phone call from the Scottsdale Police Department?
Yes.
And within a few hours or so of you calling to do that well check?
Yes, about 3 hours later.
And is that when you first learned what had happened to your daughter?
Yes. Detective Heinzelman called, asked me if I was driving, and I said I was, and he said, pull off the road.
The last time that you were able to talk to her, was there anything about your conversation that alarmed you at all? Was it just a normal conversation?
Just a normal conversation.
She seemed to be in good spirits?
Yeah, in fact, the mother had met with her 3 days before on Valentine's Day, and had a great visit. She was bringing me up to speed on the visit.
Just a moment, Judge.
You may.
Good afternoon, I'll be brief. You were involved in this investigation, correct?
Well, I don't know what involved means, but
Well, let's talk about that. You were in contact with the Scottsdale Police Department
yes,
periodically.
yes,
You traveled each month to Scottsdale and met with the Scottsdale Police Department when you were here, correct?
yes,
You met with Detective Heinzelman.
sometimes, yes.
You met with Detective McWilliams.
I don't think I ever met with him.
You met with Sergeant Lockerbie, who's now Lieutenant Lockerbie, correct?
I don't recall.
And you met with even some of the upper echelons of the Scottsdale Police Department.
Yes,
Like Assistant Chief Pop.
Pup, yes,
They kept you in the loop of the investigation, correct?
yes,
And it was your goal to help them determine who killed Allison, correct?
yes,
I want to talk to you briefly about your relationship with Alex, okay?
sure,
After Allison's death, you invited Alex to Minnesota, correct?
yes,
And you invited him to eulogize her, correct?
yes,
And for the next couple of years, you stayed in contact with Alex, correct?
yes,
You didn't think he was the one that killed Allison, correct?
never,
You knew that the Scottsdale Police Department hadn't ruled him out for quite some time, correct?
that's correct.
So for you, that unknown DNA, that PMH, was key, correct?
Yes,
And you worked with the Scottsdale Police Department to get the familial DNA search, correct?
I worked with the governor and the attorney general to see if we could make it legal.
And you were kind of the person who was the catalyst for that to be used in this case, is that correct?
Yes,
And the Scottsdale Police Department ultimately supported that, correct?
yes,
And ultimately, the Scottsdale Police Department had to make a big commitment to using that familial DNA, correct?
I assume so. All I know is that I worked with the Department of Public Safety on the mechanics of getting it done. Beyond that, I don't know what happened.
And ultimately, you were kept in the loop on what was occurring with that.
Yes,
You have one moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you, I don't have anything else.
Okay. And redirect by the state.
Thank you, Judge. May I have just a moment?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Mr. Feldman, ultimately, you maintain contact with Scottsdale Police Department throughout the years.
yes,
And is it fair to say that solving or doing whatever you possibly could to solve your daughter's murder was important to you?
Yes, I took on 2 tasks. One was to help the police wherever I could to get the crime solved, and the second was to keep her legacy alive.
No further questions, Judge.
And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if anyone has a question for this witness, we will collect it at this time. And you may approach. From the jury. The question is, to clarify, time you contacted Allison was Minnesota, so it's MN time, or AZ time? 9 p.m. text on 2/17 and calling police at 3 p.m. on 2/18, Arizona time or Minnesota time?
In Minnesota's time.
And any follow-up from the state?
If you remember, how far ahead is Minnesota in February? Is it an hour ahead?
1 hour.
1 hour.
No.
Thank you. No other questions.
Any follow-up from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And that was the final question. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Judge.
All right. You may step down, sir. Thank you. And the state may call their next witness.
Rapham, state calls Jeff Chardy, and that is pronounced spelled, C-I-A-R-D-I.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. We'll have you come up to this podium and we'll get you sworn in. And sir, I'll have you take a seat up here in the witness box. Thank you. And you may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Jeff Chardy. I'm a resident of Chandler, Arizona, and been in Arizona for almost 20 years.
Where are you currently working?
I work at a company called BioVenus for the last year, but prior to that, for the 22 years previous to that, I worked at a company called Moleka, and I've been in medical device sales for 26 years.
For purposes of our court reporter, could you spell the name of that company? Because it's
Yes.
kind of hard to spell and pronounce.
No worries. So Moleka is M-O-L-N-L-Y-C-K-E.
Now, when you were working for that company, can you describe what that company does?
So Moleka had a few different divisions. The division that Allison and I were in was the most prominent, which was our wound care, burn, trauma, and surgical portfolio. We also did a host of other medical devices, antiseptics, turning and positioning products that would prevent injuries in hospitals for patients with long-standing illnesses, as well as disposable medical products in the operating room.
And how long did you work for that company?
22 years.
Now, you mentioned in one of your last answers, Allison. So do you know somebody by the name of Allison Feldman?
I do.
And how do you know her?
Allison and I worked together for several years at Moleka. She also worked for me directly for almost 3 years.
And what type of work did she do for the company?
When Allison and I first started working together in August of 2012, she was a territory manager, which entailed she supported our wound care portfolio. So she would go to hospitals, non-acute facilities like hospice centers, clinics, and provide doctors, physicians, staff, nurses education about how to treat specific chronic and acute conditions. As time went on, she was promoted about a year into my tenure, and she became regional trauma and burn specialist, and she did that for the last several years.
Now, did she travel frequently for work?
Very much so, yes.
I think you mentioned territory. Where were the places that she traveled to for her work?
So my team, which was called the Rocky Mountain Team, we had the largest geography in the country. So we covered 14 states from Arizona through the middle of the country, Colorado, Utah, Idaho, went up through the base of Wyoming, across to Nebraska, Missouri, half of Kansas as well.
Do you recall what states Allison typically would handle for you?
Everyone, so wherever there was a major burn or trauma center. So we, everywhere from West Texas through Nebraska, Arizona. So she managed the entire region as well.
Okay. And you mentioned that there was frequent travel. Do you have an idea of how frequent per month?
I would say she was on the road typically 3 times a week. Sometimes our jobs would take us on the road every week, but I would say between 2 and 3 times a month.
Now, being on the road, is that always out of state or is it sometimes within the state?
It could be within the state. So sometimes, depending on the in-servicing that we would do in support of the clinicians and staff, we may stay overnight even if it was down in Tucson. But we were frequently outside of Arizona as well.
And did your company have a home office?
We did. It was in Atlanta, but we tend to work out of our remote facility, so we were considered remote employees, so our office was our homes.
Okay. So when Allison wasn't traveling, she was handling most of her work matters at home?
Yes.
Was Allison a good employee?
No, she was a great employee. She was amazing. Dedicated, driven, passionate. She balanced the hectic nature of a sales role, which is very much results driven, with also being extremely compassionate. I think that's what made her special. She had such drive and tenacity, but it was balanced with a sense of passion and compassion for those that she was helping.
Typically, what was Allison's demeanor like?
Sweet, funny, caring, outgoing, talkative. She was just bubbly, fun. She was an amazing woman.
How did she get along with her coworkers?
Very well. We were a really close, tight-knit team. We typically considered ourselves a family. When we would get together with larger, our company at large at typical meetings, we tended to stay together as a team, whether it was social events, outings. We were sort of the, quote, fun bunch, and a lot of that had to do with Allison's presence, her bubbly nature. She was always trying to bring people into the circle. She was very charismatic.
In addition to being her boss, I think you said for about 3 years, did you also consider Allison a friend?
She was a friend and somebody that I considered almost like a little sister. I came from a large Italian family. I'm the youngest. Never had younger siblings, and Allison was somebody that I looked at as just someone I cared about very deeply. We would talk to 2-3 times a day. We were very close.
And it sounds like your group as a whole was pretty family-like. Did you guys socialize outside of work?
Yes.
Would that involve going to each other's homes and things of that nature?
Yep, very much so. We would go to each other's homes. Allison had come over to my home. I'd been to hers. We would frequent establishments, go out for dinner and drinks in Arizona. We also would do company functions as well. Festival of Trees, which was hosted by Maricopa Burn Center, we would go to on an annualized basis. But yes, we would hang out socially as well.
During the time Allison worked for you, did you ever have the opportunity to meet her parents?
I did.
How would you describe, given that you've indicated you had a very close relationship with Allison, her relationship with her family?
Family was everything to Allison, family and friends, but her family most importantly. Her parents, I don't remember a day that she didn't talk to her parents. That was just something she cared deeply about. Also, she was an aunt, so she talked to her sister quite often, but family and friends were two of the most important things in her life.
Did you ever have the opportunity to meet her boyfriend, Alex?
I did.
And again, in your close relationship with Allison, how did her relationship with Alex seem to you?
Amazing, great. I teased Allison quite a bit that no matter what conversation we were having, somehow, some way, she worked in a comment about Alex. They loved each other. I mean, you could tell there was a special bond, and Allison, over the time that I had known her, had dated others, but there was a different spark and a light when it came to her and Alex.
Was this a more serious relationship from the ones you had seen prior?
Very much so.
During the time that you had this close relationship with Allison and had supervised her, did she ever mention that she was having problems with anybody at work?
No.
Did she ever mention that she was having problems with anyone outside of work?
No.
I'm going to come back to one particular point about that a little bit later, but I want to kind of draw your attention to February 17th, 2015. Do you recall that date?
I do.
Was that the last time that you ever saw Allison alive?
Yes.
Can you tell us about your last interaction with Allison?
In February, prior to when we typically would get paid our bonuses, we would go through an annual review process. It was a pretty lengthy process. It would start in December, and in February we would go through, and I would sit down with each of my employees and go through it personally. Some managers would just send the document to those individuals, but I wanted to make sure that I met with each of my employees personally. So Alice and I, living in close proximity, we decided to go out to lunch and spend the afternoon together.
And do you recall where you went?
Yes, we went to the Daily Dose in Scottsdale.
Okay. And do you remember kind of around the time frame that particular day where you met up with Allison?
Yeah, we got to the Daily Dose probably a little bit before noon, and we stayed probably till close to 2:30, 3 o'clock.
Okay. How did Allison appear during your meeting with her?
Very happy. She received, as I said, she had just taken a promotion, and she was incredible in the role. When you're working in burn and trauma, you see some of the most critically ill patients. It takes a certain character of person that can compartmentalize that and still provide education, understanding to physicians and staff of how best to treat those patients. So when she took the role, I knew she would be great, but I didn't realize just how good she would be. Her review was stellar. I let her know just how proud I was of her. I'd seen her come from a person who was complimentary to the team and a leader, but someone who really flourished more as in a leadership role. And she and myself and one other partner on the team, our nurse, had the broadest interaction across and most collaboration across all of our teammates. And she was exceptional in what she did.
While you were at the restaurant with Allison that day, was there anything that gave you concern while you were there?
None.
After your meeting with her at the Daily Dose, did the two of you then kind of part ways?
Yes. I gave her a big hug after, told her how proud I was of her. I was leaving for a trip the next day, so I went home. I had asked Allison what she was going to do the rest of the afternoon, and she said different odds and ends. She'd probably run some errands, and that I would catch up with her later to remind her that she needed to sign the document.
Which leads me to my next question. At some point later on in the day, did you have a few more communications with Allison?
Yes.
What was the first one?
The first one was, as I said, to remind her that the process for the review was not complete until until she went in to electronically to sign the document. And I had asked just to remind her that she had to go in and complete that task.
The reminder, did that come via an email, a text, a phone call?
We had spoken on the phone.
Okay. And then later on in the day, did you hear from Allison again?
I did.
And what was that about?
The prior week, we had been at a presentation where we were introducing our trauma portfolio to staff and surgeons at a hospital. She requested that I send over the document and the template to her for her meetings later on that week.
And when you heard from her requesting this template, was that something that came via email, a text, a phone call?
We had spoken one last time that evening.
And did you ultimately send her the template?
I did,
And how did you do that?
via email.
Was that the last time that you ever communicated with Allison again?
Yes.
At some point, did you learn that someone else on the team had communicated with her a little later in the day that day?
Yes, in the days following the incident, yes.
Okay, and who was that coworker?
Kimberly Minor.
And do you recall what you learned about that communication and around what time that occurred?
Yes, it was later in the evening after we had corresponded about Allison wanting the template. So I think it was probably another hour later, somewhere around 7 o'clock.
If you recall, can you tell the jury when you learned about Allison's death?
The following day, so I went home, packed, and left for Denver, Colorado, where I was meeting another one of my representatives. We had meetings with physicians and staff throughout the Denver area that day. So in and out of hospitals, you tended at that point in time not to have great cellular service. So it was later in the evening after I was back at my hotel, probably, I remember it being very dark out, so it was probably close to 6 or 7 o'clock.
And was this on February 18th of 2015?
Yes.
How did you learn about what had happened?
My wife had contacted me and said that Allison's father was trying to get a hold of me that day, and between dinners and meetings, I hadn't checked my voicemail or text messages at that point, and that I should contact Allison's father.
Did you contact him?
I did.
And is that how you learned about what happened?
Yes.
Given this kind of familial group that you had at work, did you also learn, once you started talking about with the team members what had happened, that some of her coworkers had been trying to get in touch with her that day?
Yes,
And did that go without success?
it did.
Was that something that was unusual to you?
Very much so. Allison never turned off her phone. It was something we would joke about as a team. She was very responsive to me, her family, teammates, friends, but I honestly cannot remember a time where she would ever have her phone off or not respond to communications.
So you mentioned that you learned about Allison's death on February 18th. The very next day, February 19th, do you recall receiving a phone call from the Scottsdale Police Department?
Yes,
Did they do an interview with you?
they did.
Did that interview occur over the phone?
It did.
During that interview, did you essentially provide police with some of the information that you've discussed with us here today in court?
I did.
I want to ask you about some follow-up that kind of took place in between the days to follow. First of all, a few days after your phone interview with police, did they meet up with you to ask you to provide a DNA sample?
Yes,
Did you do that?
I did.
Were you aware of any other of your employees that did so as well?
Yes, one of the other male employees, Joe Paddock in the state of Arizona, who lived locally, he was also provided a DNA sample as well.
Was that a coworker that was close with Allison as well?
Very much so, yes.
Now, if you recall, I asked you about whether or not you were familiar with anyone that Allison might have had a problem with outside of work. At some point, did you receive an email from Allison's coworker, Kim Miner?
I did.
And tell us what you learned through that email.
In the email, Kim had mentioned that there was a person over time, I think prior to Allison moving to her home in Scottsdale, a UPS driver that Allison had mentioned to Kim that had either she had to thwart some advances or had asked her out on dates previously. Because we tend to get tons of packages, we're constantly ordering supplies so that we have samples to provide doctors or patients at that point. That professional probably had a ton of interaction with Allison over time.
And so when you received this email, did you provide that information to the Scottsdale Police
I
Department?
did.
In the event it was relevant?
Yes.
At some point, did the police also follow up with you to check on the status of a credit card that was kind of a company card, Allison's American Express corporate card?
Yes.
What do you recall about that?
I recall that the Scottsdale police had reached out and asked if there was any activity on the corporate credit card. When we would, go out, whether it be traveling for incidentals as we were traveling, the company provided us a corporate credit card for incidentals and for also entertaining.
And did there appear to be any fraudulent activity on that card?
At the time, I don't recall, no.
During your interactions with police, is it fair to say that you were trying to be helpful in providing as much information that you could to see if it in any way could assist the investigation?
100%, absolutely.
Do you recall talking to the police about a conversation you had had with Allison about a gun?
I do.
Tell us what you recall about that.
Allison had reached out and asked, and the only reason I remembered it was just days before the incident, and there was an issue with, I got an alert on my phone that there was either a terrorist attack or an ISIS attack, and Allison and I were chatting about that, and she had mentioned at that point that she was interested in potentially obtaining and owning a firearm. She knew that I like to go to the gun range and go target shooting, so she asked me just questions about which handguns, things of that nature. But
And you told the police about this, why?
just the timing, I felt it was just too much of a coincidence, but it was also something that just sparked in my memory just days after the incident that we had had this conversation, and I wanted to make sure that all relevant information was provided to the police.
Was there anything that Allison had told you at the time that you believed in any way was necessarily tethered to this conversation?
Not at all.
Just something that you felt like you should share in case there was something to it?
That is correct.
And then one last question I have for you is, I believe you had one other final contact with Scottsdale Police Department, if I'm correct, when I believe it was around October of 2015 when they called to ask some questions a little bit more specific to the areas that Allison covered as part of her job. Do you recall that?
I do.
And what do you recall about that?
I recall that they had asked whether or not Allison had gone up north into the Flagstaff area. Typically, Allison would go into the more metropolitan areas where, again, you'd have level 1 trauma centers or where burn centers would typically be situated. And there would have been very little reason for Allison to be in Flagstaff unless she was supporting Joe Paddock, who covered that area.
Okay. And so you provided the police with that information?
I did.
One moment. I do not have anything additional. Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination by the defense whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chardy.
Yes.
You testified you were Allison's direct supervisor for approximately 3 years, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you supervised, I believe, a total of 4 individuals as part of your direct group?
At the largest, it was 11. There were 4 of us in the state of Arizona,
4 in the
including
state of
myself.
Got it. And you described this team as a very close-knit group.
That is correct.
You considered each other family.
Yes.
And everyone in the team got along well.
Yes.
And in addition to being her Allison's supervisor, you considered her a personal friend, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, I think you testified you saw her as a little sister.
Yes.
You guys were close.
Yes.
And you were someone that Allison trusted, correct?
Yes.
And this work team of yours, including Allison, knew you were someone who enjoyed recreational shooting, correct?
Yes.
In fact, they gave you a gift certificate for a shooting range for Christmas,
Yes.
I believe. And Allison was aware of your knowledge and interest in firearms.
Yes.
And you discussed some of the guns you owned.
Yes.
You testified, you talked about going to a shooting range, taking her to a shooting range.
Yes, I offered that if she ever was interested and decided to pursue the matter further, that I would certainly be willing to take her and provide her at least some basic information.
Okay. Did you guys set a date or anything like that for that?
We did not.
And you testified that she was looking into getting a gun for home protection?
That was, again, the conversation that we had very briefly. It was just around personal safety. Yep.
And you also learned that Allison and Alex had visited a gun store in Tucson?
Yes, she made mention of that in one of our conversations.
And as you testified, that's something that stood out, that her asking about guns stood out to you after learning about her death. So you decided to share this information with detectives, correct?
I did.
Prior to Allison being promoted to, I believe you said territorial manager in 2015, her annual salary was approximately $82,000. Does that sound about right?
Prior, as a territory manager, probably somewhere in that range, yes.
Okay. One moment. And then just one last question. So 82,000, that would be approximately $3,416 a month.
I'll take your word for it.
No other questions, thank you.
Any redirect by the state?
I don't have any additional questions, thank you.
Okay. And does anyone from the jury have a question for this witness? And seeing none, may this witness be excused, subject to recall.
Yes.
You may step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the state may call their next witness.
The state calls Kat Palma.
Good afternoon. Are you Ms. Palma? Okay, we'll have you come up here to this podium and we'll get you sworn in.
Can you state and spell your name for the record?
Kathleen Palma, KathleenPalma.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And I'll have you take a seat up here in the witness box. Thank you. And you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Would you please just introduce yourself to the jury? My name is Kathleen Palma. I'm a crime scene specialist for the Scottsdale Police Department.
And how long have you been in that role?
22 years.
What did you start as with the Scottsdale Police Department?
24 years ago, I started as a police aide with the city.
So, police aide for a few years?
Sir.
And then you moved into the role you're in now?
Yes.
So take me way back to the beginning. How do you get that job that you're in now?
Well, the government had full reimbursement at that time, so they sent me to school, and I was interested in doing something different, learning a new career within the department, and so I found myself in the crime scene unit.
So what did you do in school? What kind of classes did you take to end up in the crime scene unit?
Biological, physical evidence, ethics, all the crime scene investigation and criminology classes that one would take for this job.
Is that at like one of the colleges locally here?
Yes, I have coursework at Scottsdale Community College and Phoenix College. Additionally, I also have West Virginia University.
So after going into those courses, you ultimately transition from being a police aide to the crime scene unit. What does that look like at the beginning? What's your role in the crime scene unit?
We do on-the-job training. So I had a rigorous on-the-job training program, 4 phases, with a trainer until I'm deemed competent with a proficiency test, and then I'm released solo.
So how long are you in that training initially when you have somebody with you?
You may.
Sure.
I'm not handy enough with the standing microphone to pull that off, so. So we're gonna go back to you take these courses, then you start at the crime scene unit with somebody else?
Correct.
How long do you work with somebody else?
My training was actually abbreviated since I already worked for the department. I had 3 months of on-the-job training.
And what does that look like?
Learning step by step from the note-taking process, what we look for at a crime scene, the policies and procedures of the department, and doing things, shadowing someone else until you're competent to do it by yourself with supervision, and then you move forward from there.
So after you get released to kind of be on your own, what does your day-to-day job look like at that point?
We basically wait for a crime scene. We wait to be requested, doing everything from burglary to homicide. So it can be any kind of case that we are requested to do crime scene work on.
Do you work with a team?
Normally we work solo, but if it's a larger scale crime scene, then we would work with someone else.
And so when you show up for work in the morning, let's say there isn't a scene you have to go to immediately, do you go to an office first?
I do.
And then at some point, you're called to go respond to a scene, whether it's a burglary, a homicide, or something else?
That's correct.
Do you ever get called out from home yourself?
Occasionally.
And so you arrive at this scene, and we'll get to this case in just a second, but typically would you go in like some sort of van? Do you keep your supplies in like your trunk? Does someone bring other supplies? How does that work?
We have a vehicle. It's a large van, and it's stocked with equipment. We also have personal equipment that we store in a storage room until we are signing on for our shift, and then we take that equipment and put it in the van with all of the other equipment.
So kind of like you see on TV, there's like a crime scene van that shows up and you have what you need in there?
That's correct.
Okay. So you've been doing this with the crime scene unit since 2004?
Correct.
Okay. And were you any breaks in there?
No, sir.
So going now to this case, February 18th, 2015, were you in the same job that you're in now as in the crime scene unit?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And in this type of scene, were you asked to respond out to Allison Feldman's home?
I was.
And was this a normal work shift for you?
It was.
So what was your shift at that time in 2015?
I was the 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. shift.
So we've been talking kind of about that 5 to 6 p.m. time frame, roughly. Were you then this was a normal day for you, tail end of that day?
That's correct.
Sitting here today, do you know exactly if you were responding from your office or from a different scene in the city?
I don't know.
Have you ever, to your knowledge, had any interaction with the defendant, in this case, Ian Mitcham?
I have not.
So you respond to Allison's home. What is your kind of, when you arrive as part of the crime scene unit, what task are you delegated?
I find whom I need to speak to, the case agent or whomever is in charge of giving me a directive at that time, and then they will assign me to a task.
And was this sort of a unique, or is this a scene that sticks in your mind?
Absolutely.
You said you make contact with a detective. Do you recall when you first arrive at that house, initially being asked to assist with photographs of Alex?
That's correct.
And before we get into the weeds of everything you did in this case, I want to kind of make sure we're on the same page. Is your role, as far as this scene goes, specific to mostly taking photographs, apart from impounding a few items from Alex?
That's correct.
As part of the crime scene unit, do you have experience where you may respond to a scene and be asked to do something else?
Yes.
For instance, you might be asked to collect certain items.
Yes.
Is that fair? Or swab certain items?
Yes.
Or whatever else fits under your crime scene unit umbrella?
Yes, sir.
But in this particular case, your role that you were given was largely to take photographs.
That's correct.
And we're going to go through a whole bunch of those in just a few minutes. So you arrive on the 18th. You initially take some photographs of Alex. Is he inside, outside, something else?
Outside.
Do you take photographs of any of the firefighters?
I do. I was directed to take photographs of their shoes.
Is that kind of standard for people who had been into a scene where you may want to know what their shoe prints might be?
Yes.
Do you get asked to go to a police station kind of following behind a detective who is taking Alex to the police station?
Yes, I do.
And why do you do that?
In order to collect his clothing.
And do you eventually arrive at that police station and interact with Alex?
I do.
Can you tell me anything about his demeanor?
Most of my interaction was actually prior when I was taking photographs. At the station, I was just handed his clothing and didn't have any conversation at all.
What's his demeanor like at the scene?
Oh, he was sobbing. He was very, very emotional.
And you collected some items and impounded them from Alex?
From Detective Lukai.
Fair enough. Is he with you at the police station?
Yes, sir.
What did you collect and impound?
Some clothing and a buccal swab.
Who took the, pronounce it buccal swab?
Or buckle.
Okay, either way is fine. Who took the swab?
Detective Lukai.
And then he provided it to you to impound?
That's correct.
What is that? I'm not going to ask you too much about this because we're going to hear a lot about it, but what does that process look like, the impounding process?
It was already prepackaged when I received it, so it was brought in my vehicle directly to Property and Evidence, where I handed it over to them so they could process it immediately. There was no other action in between.
Are there other swabs that may require action in between?
Yes.
But in this case, you didn't do any of those swabs?
Correct.
Okay. So now we're going to take you back to the home, arriving back around 5:30 or so?
Yes, sir.
So tell me now what you do. You arrive back at the house, and now we're sort of getting into the nitty-gritty of your assistance at the scene. What does that look like?
I was asked merely to take overall photographs of the scene, exterior and interior of the home.
And what are you wearing, or what do you put on as part of your taking photographs?
We were all wearing personal protective gear, which was comprised of Tyvek suits, the white bunny suits that you may see, gloves, booties, and hairnets at that time, and particulate masks as well.
Before putting on that, did you notice any sort of smell emanating from the home?
Yes, sir.
Whereabouts do you first notice the smell?
Near the threshold, and I was told in advance.
That there would be that smell?
Yes.
Did it, was it, can you tell me more about that? Is it obvious to you, noticeable, faint, something else?
It was obvious. It was a very harsh chemical smell, and it burned the eyes.
So you've put on that booties, gloves, hairnet, particulate mask, and you said a Tyvek suit?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me more about what that actually is?
It's a non-breathable fabric-esque material that's mostly like a plastic-lined paper on the outside, kind of a plasticky on the inside, which protects you from the scene and the scene from you.
Does it get hot?
Very hot.
You said non-breathable?
Correct.
Do you take it out of like a plastic bag when you put it on? Is it the same one you wear to every scene, something else?
We use a new suit for every scene that we would go to that needed one. We don't reuse them.
And at the point that you are there, you said you wear gloves. To reiterate the point again, are you moving through the scene initially with that detective that's next to you, or is it just you by yourself?
With the detective.
To your memory, is it just the two of you that go in to take sort of initial or entry photos?
I don't recall.
Okay. Why might you go through and take photographs of the scene prior to sort of putting up evidence placards or things like that?
To get the scene as pristine, documented as we possibly can without anything being moved or altered in any way.
So when you say pristine, help me understand what you mean by that.
As it was when we first arrived, without any disturbance.
And as people move through the scene, other crime scene unit specialists or detectives, at some point, are they going to have to manipulate items, whether they are collecting them or swabbing them?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall who was initially directing you to do these things? What detective?
That was Detective Lockerbie.
And you mentioned you don't recall if you went into the scene with or which detective you went into the scene with initially?
I believe it was Detective Lockerbie, but I don't recall if anyone else was present.
Okay. Do you recall, sitting here today, do you recall if Detective Heinzelman was present at the scene, this gentleman?
He was.
Okay. Would it have been your practice when you're taking those initial pristine photos to be moving through that scene with the detective kind of following his direction?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to get to your initial photos, and then we'll come back. But that evening around 9:30 or so, do you essentially end your shift and hand over your photographing role to a different crime scene specialist?
Yes.
Is her name Alexic?
Yes.
Is that, at the time, was that normal for you to kind of stick relatively close to the hours of your shift that you were provided?
As much as we could be, so we could be utilized the next day without being fatigued.
So you mentioned your shift at that time was 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., but you stayed a few hours extra?
Correct.
And then once someone had arrived who could do what you were doing, you were relieved so you could be ready the next day?
That's correct.
And actually, on the 19th, do you show back up at the house around 9 a.m. to continue taking photos?
I do.
Okay. So I'm going to go through now just some of the photos that you took on the 18th. We'll start there, and then we'll go back and talk about what you did on the 19th, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
And can you give me a heads up if you're showing any photos of the victim, for example?
Yes.
Okay.
Will do, Judge.
Thank you.
So we've got maybe 75 or so here that I'm going to go through initially. Is it fair to say you took a lot of photos?
Yes.
And at the time you're taking them, you know, you don't know what happened in that house on 218.
Correct.
A couple of these have already been admitted, but I will note those, Judge. Judge, I'd move to admit by stipulation exhibits 182 through 248.
And no objection?
No objection.
It's ordered admitting exhibits 182 through 248 into evidence.
So I'm going to go through them just one by one. And again, there's some that we've talked about already. So we'll start though with 182. What is this thing?
That is my placard. That's the first shot that we take when we photograph a scene.
And so taking this initial photograph would have been early on, kind of just to orient you. We've already talked a little bit about some photographs that you took of Alex. Do you remember those?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll get to those momentarily, but I'm going to jump straight to the house if that's all right. So we have sort of out of order here, Exhibit 45, previously admitted. Is that just the front of the house?
Yes, it is.
Do you have a screen in front of you?
I do.
Now we're going to 189. Separate photo of the house. Is this red tape common for crime scenes?
Yes.
Did you put that up?
I did not.
Typically, would a patrol officer put tape up?
Yes.
Now we're going to go to 190. So you're taking kind of just general photographs of the home, is that right?
That's correct.
And what side of the house is this?
I don't know its directionality, but it's,
Do you know which direction from here the front door is if I go back one to this one? If I go from here to here?
without my arrow, I don't know
Which way is
which
north?
way is north.
Fair enough. Here, maybe if I keep going here. 190, this is 191. I'm going to keep going with photos of the house. Looks like just the side of the house. You've got a window there
Yes,
and a block wall.
yes.
$192, moving back. What are we looking at here?
That is the front of the house moving to the right a little bit
Okay.
from the front door.
In these pictures, do you see the front door open?
Yes,
From this kind of vantage point, do you recall, would you be able to smell the chemical smell from here?
yes.
193, moving again to the right. What are we looking at here?
The other end of the home from the front where the garage is located and a vehicle in the driveway.
And there's a hat over here in the ground.
Yes,
Rocks there. I'm just gonna keep moving that way. Can you tell what we're looking at here?
and a little bit further to the right from the same images, kind of from a different vantage point.
And that's 194. This is 195. Is that the back or the block wall between Allison's house and her backyard area up here?
Yes,
196. What is this?
that is just a placard that we use usually in between rooms or different areas to show that I was heading into the east backyard.
So kind of, as you're taking these pictures in, if you look back at them in order, are you able to see, okay, these were taken here, now we're transitioning to another area of the home?
Correct.
197. What is this?
That would be from the north end of the backyard looking across the backyard.
And we've got kind of another vantage point, previously admitted. So you take these photos, we're into the early evening hours now?
Yes.
And these are, again, the ones we're looking at right now are what we've described as sort of those initial photos or the pristine photos, so to speak?
Yes.
So prior to other people from the crime scene unit coming in and looking at things or swabbing things or things like that?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm just going to jump real quick to 53, again, another photograph of the backyard.
Correct, from the northeast corner.
And so can you see this door here?
Yes.
And then there's an Arcadia door here?
Correct.
Both of these doors appear to lead into the house from the backyard?
Correct.
Okay. Going back now, 198. What are we looking at here?
That is again the backyard from a different vantage point under the patio at the southwest corner area.
199.
And that would just be from the same area from a different vantage point looking east.
I feel like in some ways this, the reflection of this light kind of washes out some of the photos, so I'll try to be cognizant of that. But is there a gate here?
There is.
Okay. And again, you had mentioned as you move through the house and take these initial photos, you're with one other detective at the time? Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
Would you have been following that detective lead as far as like where to go, where to enter and exit the house, things like that?
Yes.
Okay. Going to photograph 200, just moving. What is that a picture of?
That is a closer photograph of that gate on the east side.
I'm gonna move a little bit closer. 201 now. What are we looking at there?
And that is that same gate close up.
Okay, and one more of the gate, 202 here.
And that is a close-up of the gate showing its closed status with the hasp.
And there's no lock on this gate as far as you can see?
Correct.
Okay. What's behind this gate?
That's an alley to the east that runs north-south.
I'm going back to 201 now for the record. Do you have any recollection about the height of this back wall?
I don't.
Okay. Does it appear to be somewhat lower than the height of the next door neighbor's wall?
Yes.
Moving back towards the house, 203, what are we looking at here?
That is from the southeast corner of the yard looking toward the garage carport area of the residence.
And I'm going to jump now to a previously admitted picture, exhibit number 50. Is that just zoomed in, same thing?
That is actually from a closer angle looking inside that carport.
Gotcha. Zoomed in was the wrong phrase probably.
Yeah.
Used for a
No, you're fine.
photographer. So we have the garage here. Can see that?
Yes.
And this little gate between the garage and the backyard?
Yes.
Does it appear to be locked at all to your knowledge?
Just secured with the hasp with no lock.
And there's a door here that leads into the house, is that right?
I believe so.
Okay. Gonna go to 204, more of the backyard. What are we looking at here?
That is from the southwest corner looking due north across the patio of the backyard.
And are there some coolers in this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Some pool flotation things?
Yes.
I'm gonna jump to exhibit 51, previously admitted. what is this?
That is a photograph of the patio looking toward the Arcadia door and showing the items on the patio.
And there's a little yellow thing right here. Can you see that?
Yes.
What is that?
That is my north arrow.
Is that to orient yourself when you're taking photos?
That's correct.
Can you see into the house from back here?
Only slightly,
You think you could see in better if the lights were on?
possibly.
Are you using a flash to take these photos?
Yes.
You can see, obviously you mentioned the Arcadia door. Does it appear to be a door over here that leads into the house as well?
Yes.
We saw this cooler here. Going back now to 204, there's 2 other coolers here, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Gonna go to 205. What is this?
That is I believe it's the north edge of the pool.
And so looking at this photo over to here would be the Arcadia door to the house?
I'm not certain from this angle.
That's fair. What's this?
The
Can you
pool.
see it? Is there an item in the pool?
Oh, yes. That is appears to be a mat.
It's hard to see when it's up here, right? It's like washed out
Yes.
on that screen. I don't know why. But okay. Again, would you have been working in tandem with the detective of items that may be of interest to take photographs of?
Yes.
If I kind of go back, just because I want to make sure we have this orientation, to 198, and you see in this picture sort of where the grassy area is over here? Not quite well, but for purposes of my question.
Yes.
And that there's like a little pump valve or pipe right here,
Yes.
so to speak. So if I move you then to this photograph, 205, does that help orient you as to where that rug would be in the pool generally?
Yes, that would be at the northeast corner, or sorry, northwest corner.
Gotcha. So now jumping 206, going back towards the Arcadia door there.
Yes, sir.
Kind of see your north arrow a little bit better?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At this point that you're taking these exterior photos, is there anybody in the house like working or anything? Is it just you and the detective? We're gonna get these initial pristine photos.
Correct. No one else is in there until the overalls have been completed.
Call them overalls?
Yes.
All right. Going to 207, focusing in. What is that a picture of?
That is the base of the Arcadia door, the threshold.
And while you're here, can you see, did that appear to be potentially of evidentiary value to you?
Yes, sir.
Have you been to, I mean, at this point, in 2015, you've been doing the crime scene unit for 11 years?
Yes, sir.
Have you been to a lot of scenes in 11 years?
Yes, sir.
Are you generally familiar with what blood might look like when it's been spilled?
Yes.
Does that appear like it could possibly be blood?
Yes.
Exhibit 208, same thing, closer view.
Yes.
I'm gonna go to 209, same thing, closer view. What is this? Do you recall?
I don't.
Okay. Might be a better question for someone else.
Yes.
At this point, your role is to photograph the things, but you're not picking up things, collecting things, touching them, so to speak?
Correct.
To the
Nothing specific.
Gotcha. Going to 210. What is that?
That's a closer image of where the doors meet at the threshold of the Arcadia door.
It looks like there's a screen door here that's open. Is that, or not, does that look right to you?
Yes,
It's hard to see
open.
from this picture.
Yes.
The glass part of the Arcadia door closed.
Correct.
And then what does this appear to be from your training and experiences, possibly?
It's an apparent blood stain.
Okay. 211 entry. What is that? Again, that's a card you use to document.
That's correct, prior to leading into the entryway of the home.
Is this probably your hand or someone else's hand?
Probably mine.
Okay. At this point, though, if you were taking this photo, for instance, with the placard or something, and you're just standing somewhere, let's say you're about to walk in the front door and you haven't entered yet, would it be that unusual for you to not have gloves on yet, considering you're just touching a placard?
That's correct.
Okay. But in this case, you do have gloves and you're right, looks like right inside the door?
Correct.
About to be. So now we're gonna move to 212. This is gonna be, we're starting to move into the house a little bit. Oh, never mind. 212. What is this a picture of?
That is looking through the front door threshold into the entryway of the residence.
And as we've moved through these photographs, I'm zoomed out too far now. So as you're taking these kind of in order, generally you did the front and you kind of moved around the front, and then we saw you were in the backyard and you had that east backyard. So reiterating that you were following whichever detective you were with at the time, do you have an independent memory how you got to the backyard?
I do not.
Okay. Safe to say you were following a detective who said, we're going this route and then we're gonna go and take photos of the backyard and then move to the inside?
Correct.
Okay. So 212, well, I think I'll get to a better photo as we move through here. Now 213, what is this a picture of?
That is a photograph through the entryway toward the remainder of the living area and kitchen.
So where's like the front door from this perspective? Can you tell? If I go back 1 to 2,
I would be
12. I guess if I go from 212 to 213, do you recall where you would be in relation to sort of entering the house?
I would be angled toward, we're looking at the east wall, roughly going toward the southeast, so it would be to the, I would be standing roughly at the area of the door just inside.
Just kind of looking to your right a little. Is that
Yes.
right? You use southeast, I think, but I'm not great with directions, so to your right, is this how the couch was then?
Yes.
And this staining on the floor?
Correct, was present.
Okay. Do you see some obvious blood in this photograph?
Yes.
Just around here, kind of initially?
Yes.
Okay, on the left-hand side of 213. Now we're gonna go to 214. Now we can actually see the door in this one. Where are you looking here?
I'm looking inside the door directly east toward the east wall through that, that area to the dining area.
Okay. There's an item on the ground right here. You can't really see it from here, so I'll ask you about it a little later, but if you know already, do you know what that is?
I don't.
Okay. There's obviously that same staining we talked about here. There's this chair. Can you tell me a little bit about does this chair appear to be at the dining room table?
Yes.
And then there's like a standing mirror back here?
Correct.
Okay. Again, it's maybe if I, yeah. Okay. We're gonna go to 215. What is this a picture of?
That's a photograph from the entryway toward the kitchen.
We see like a big S here. Does that appear to be blood to you?
It does.
Okay. And then some other staining throughout?
Correct.
Okay. You see what appears to be flowers on the counter?
Yes, sir.
So I've talked a little bit about using the lighting and how you weren't able to see very well from the back. Is this the lighting that was in the house? Were the lights off to your memory?
Yes, I believe the lights were off.
Okay. 216. What is that?
That is showing the front door from the inside looking outward.
You see somebody in this picture, would that potentially be a detective?
Yes.
What is this on his feet? or her feet?
Booties.
To 17, bring back another one of your placards. What is SW?
Southwest.
To 18. What are we looking at here?
That would be a photograph of the living room area from the north to the south.
And again, this would have been the living room before items were collected or removed or processed.
Correct.
What about this one?
That is the same living room from a different angle.
The couch appeared to be pushed up right against this table,
Yes, sir.
as far as you can see. Is there blinds covering that front window?
Yes.
So this would have been how they were to your memory when you arrived?
Yes, sir.
Closed?
Yes, sir.
I'm at 220 now.
And I believe, is that the victim in the photo? Okay.
Sorry, Judge, in the corner there.
And so just as a reminder to our media representative, we will not be filming or photographing this portion. And you can proceed.
220, what are we looking at here?
That is the living room looking toward the northwest from the, toward the northeast from the southwest corner.
It looks like a computer here.
Yes, sir.
Maybe like an extension cord with something plugged in right here.
Yes, sir.
TV remote.
Yes, sir.
And you can see Allison, part of Allison's body here.
Yes, sir.
And this, do you recall this light being on? Hall
Yes,
light?
sir.
221, sticking with the living room for the most part, just items on the table.
That's correct.
Moving on, what does that say?
Southeast kitchen dining.
That's 222, just your placard there. So 223, back to the kitchen. Can you see what appears to be additional sort of blood or staining up in this area?
Yes.
And all through this sort of living room, or I'm sorry, dining room floor area?
Yes.
You have your placard here?
Correct.
Flowers I mentioned on the right side?
Correct.
Perhaps a card of some sort or two cards right here?
Yes.
Okay. Going to 224 now, continuing in the kitchen area. Again, just a different angle of sort of the same thing we saw from 223,
That's correct.
with some shoes on the floor here.
Correct.
Okay. Would it have been a normal course for you guys to leave this door open in this, when you're working in here?
Yes.
Does that also help with the smell?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna move on to 225, continuing through the home, initial photos. Again, can you see that kind of S smear here?
Yes, sir.
Shoes again,
Yes.
be a trash bag.
Yes.
We've heard about the laundry room, but haven't talked about it in photos too much. Is that back here?
Yes, sir.
The left side of 225?
Yes, sir.
So if this is a door that I referenced earlier, could that potentially be the door that leads out into the backyard from the side of the house?
That's correct.
Just gonna try to orient it so that I'm on the same page. 50?
Yes.
So that's the interior kind of corner, and we'll get to it in a minute. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Stick with me, we've got a lot of photos to go through still, okay? 226? Is that the kitchen?
That's correct.
Just a different angle?
Correct.
I'm gonna keep moving 227. We can see that laundry room door here.
Correct.
Okay. And 228. What is this a picture of?
That is from the living dining area looking outward toward that Arcadia door on the east side.
In the pictures that I'm showing you, all of these, the overalls, is this Arcadia door closed?
Yes.
Might be a good time to take a break, Judge. We're gonna move into the hallway.
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we will take that afternoon break. We will return at 3:15. Please remember the admonition.
Do you take all these photographs at the time that you're working in this house? You don't know exactly what may or may not become important later?
That's
Is that
correct.
fair to say? And we mentioned that you're working in tandem with the detective, but are there times where the detective may say, like, can you go get some photographs of the bedroom, and that detective maybe is not hovering over your shoulder the whole time, but trusting you to do that job?
Yes.
Okay. Kind of working at their direction. Maybe the detective has more information or has an understanding of a background that you might not have yet about what happened.
Correct.
Okay. 235, same bedroom.
That's correct.
Getting kind of an orientation. Okay. 236, moving on. What is that?
The northwest office.
Eventually your hand here again on the left side.
Yes.
Okay, looks like maybe is this taken sort of in the office to some degree?
Possibly.
Possibly, all right. We'll go to 237. Is that office view?
That's correct.
Okay. So this is what we'll call it for purposes of today, just the second bedroom we've talked about. We have the guest bedroom, we have this office.
Yes.
Okay. Now 238, another bedroom.
That's correct, the north bedroom.
Bedroom. Were all of these bedrooms off of that hallway?
That's correct.
So we have you go in and there's that hallway to the left with all 4 bedrooms?
Yes.
Okay. So now 239, picture sort of that bedroom. Does that look right?
I'm not certain.
Okay, potentially just more used for storage, not having a bed or anything.
Sure.
Perfect. 240,
The central bathroom.
were there 2 bathrooms?
I believe so.
Okay. 241, we've got bathroom.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you the other bathroom in a second, but just so we're on the same page, it appears in this bathroom you have your little arrow here.
Yes, sir.
Orientation. There's a bathtub.
Correct.
Curtain on the left side of this 241.
Correct.
Okay. 242, same bathroom.
Yes.
Taking a picture of what it looks like from the doorway.
Yes.
Okay. Now we're moving on. 243. What is this?
The northeast master bedroom.
So that's kind of your designation to yourself. This is what the next photographs are going to be of.
That's correct.
Okay. 244. What is that?
Looking into that bedroom.
Okay. We've heard some testimony about this, but does there appear to be a jacket or potentially some item of clothing on the bed?
Yes,
And a few items at the edge of the bed here.
that's correct.
Otherwise, is there anything overly remarkable from this particular vantage point?
Not that I recall.
Does the window appear to be covered?
Yes,
Flowers on the on the nightstand?
yes.
On the left-hand side of 244. Moving on to 245. Similar here. In this picture, can you see that taller dresser that you couldn't see in 244?
Yes,
And that's on the left-hand side of this exhibit 245.
correct.
From these overalls, can you tell now if that looks like a jean jacket to you?
It appears to be.
Okay. And then otherwise, just the dresser with some items on it.
Correct.
Heard some testimony about this as well, but these drawers generally are closed. This one maybe got caught on some clothing or was opened.
Objection, Your Honor. Argument and
Sustained, could you rephrase, please?
Sure. We're looking at this tall dresser right
Correct.
here. How do the drawers appear to you?
It's hard to tell to discern from the photographs, but appears at least one of them is ajar.
And the remainder?
Appear to be closed.
Fair enough. 246, same bedroom.
That's correct.
You can see that dresser again now on the right side of 246.
Yes,
How do the drawers appear to you?
they appear to be closed on that angle.
All right. So now when you're looking out this door or this picture, you kind of can orient yourself with this. Is this in the middle of the picture, the hallway leading back into the rest of the house?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's in the middle of 246. We have more pictures of the house we'll talk about, but as we get through most of the overalls here, we'll at least get an understanding of what the house looks like generally. 247, what is this?
It appears to be the master bath.
the entry or doorway into it?
Correct.
Okay. 248.
The interior of that bathroom.
And looking at this picture, 248, can you see into the shower area?
Yes.
Okay. Otherwise, just a relatively unremarkable looking bathroom.
Appears to be, sir.
Do you know what this thing is?
It appears to be maybe a hair straightening iron.
So perhaps related to a female's bathroom?
Yes, sir.
Fair to say, okay. And we said this is potentially this is the master bedroom's bathroom?
Correct.
Okay. What about 249? We've seen this one before. What is that?
From a different angle.
Do you know if this door, does that appear to be consistent with the door that leads to that backyard as far as you know?
I don't know.
Okay. And again, your role at this point in the case, as you show up on the 18th, is kind of a detective saying, "Come with me. I want you to take some photographs."
Correct.
Okay. We skipped this before. These were previously admitted, but I just want to be clear as to who did what. The photographs that you took at Alex at the scene prior to following him to the police station, do you remember me asking you about those?
Yes, sir.
So I have a handful of those. I'm just going to move through them to make sure we have seen these are previously admitted. 183, does that appear to be consistent with photographs you may have taken outside prior to following along to the scene just to document Alex?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'll just move through them then. 184,
That's his face.
same thing, okay. 185,
Hands.
186,
Other hands.
187,
And we have them flip their hands
and 188.
and the other hand.
Why do you take pictures of his hands?
Just to be certain if there's any type of injuries or anything remarkable on anyone's person while we're taking overall images of them.
Did you notice anything in those photographs remarkable about his hands?
I did not.
Now, we talked about your role and you kind of turn it over to someone else and leave around 9:30. Do you go back then to the house on the 19th? I'd asked you that before.
Yes,
Around 9 a.m.?
that's correct.
And do you make contact again with Detective Lockerbie?
Yes, sir.
And when you show back up on the 19th, are more crime scene personnel involved at that point as far as doing some work at the house?
Yes,
More processing is being done at that house?
yes.
And is it your role? What's your role when you show up on the 19th?
Just to take photographs.
So you're assigned again, come with us, take photographs.
Correct.
Do you do any swabbing on the 19th?
No,
Do you do any evidence collection and impounding on the 19th?
I do not.
Okay. Is it possible that when you are there in your role taking photographs, that someone may ask you to go to something and take a photograph of it, and including the inside of it?
That's correct.
If you were to do that, for instance, take a photograph of a cabinet or a drawer, would you then, in that capacity, have to open that thing?
Likely, yes.
What sort of precautions might you take in doing that?
We would be sure that we had gloves on at that time doing so.
And if you had any reason to believe that the cabinet or the drawer or anything was involved in some way, would you try to pull from it from a neutral area, an edge, or avoid any sort of handles?
Yes,
Would that sort of be a standard practice in your 20, or at that point, 11 years of experience?
yes,
Plus the remaining 9 continued in this job?
yes, sir.
Did you, well, let me move through some of the pictures then that you took on the 19th. I'm going to put this one down. Judge, I'm now going to ask this witness about exhibits 70 through 180. And defense has noted they would stipulate to the admission of these.
Okay, and just confirming that's correct? It's ordered admitting exhibits 70 through 180 into evidence.
So for anyone who's counting, we got about another 110 for your roll on the 19th. At this point, there's other crime scene individuals out at the scene. Are there evidence placards and things like that that you're assisting and taking pictures of?
That's correct.
But so we're all clear, you're not necessarily collecting that item. So if I say, you know, what is this a picture of, you know, placard number 8 or placard number 9, you might not have been the person who did anything with that item number. You're more asked to, hey, there's a placard here. Can you please take a photo of it for us?
That's correct.
Okay. So to orient you again, we'll just go with your card. So we have on here a date and time.
Correct.
And what are those?
That's my placard from that day, 2/19 at 9:15 a.m.
And this is UK Palma?
Correct.
And what's this number?
That is my badge number.
And this is a report number?
That's the report number.
Okay.
Correct.
Obviously, we can read Scottsdale PD. Where is this picture taken, if you know?
That appears to be in my vehicle.
Okay. Looks like you have a little table or some sort of workspace, something there.
It's my camera case.
Oh, I
Yes.
see. So that's 70. Now we're gonna go to 71, just to orient you. Again, a placard, carport.
Yes.
Okay. 72, we're not gonna show too many of the carport just yet, but what is that?
The vehicle inside of the carport area.
And as we move from that one to 73, kind of jump a little, but was there a cabinet in the garage against the wall?
There was a storage closet.
Storage
yes.
closet. And did you photograph an item inside of that storage closet?
Yes.
Okay, so we're looking at 73 initially. Does that look like the door closed?
Yes.
And if you can see, does it appear to have a hatch up here of some sort that, at this point at least that you're photographing it, is unlocked?
Correct.
Okay. Or latch might be a better term. 74, is that the storage closet open?
Yes.
With you see a placard 8 there?
Yes.
I'm gonna zoom in on it, or another picture closer in, 75. Does that appear to capture that exhibit 8?
Yes, sir.
And then 76, again, does this appear to be exhibit 8 just with the label?
Yes, that's correct.
And you said when you went in on the 18th, you could clearly smell a strong chemical odor.
That's correct.
So is it fair to say, was there, to your knowledge anyway, potentially a reason why you might be photographing chemicals in that garage?
To identify if any could be utilized in that way.
Okay. Try not to get my hands on here. 77, is that still that cabinet with the placard number 9?
It is.
And then 78. Some of these will move through a little faster. Again, we're gonna have some chemicals here.
Yes.
It's hard to read on there. If you can read it, can you read it?
It appears to be muriatic acid.
Okay. Are you familiar with Exhibit 8 and 9 as they might be related to the maintenance of a pool?
Yes.
Okay. 79. We've seen this, but now it has a placard. What is that the hat that was in the rocks in the front yard?
That's correct.
Okay. And again, now we're in the daylight, right? Because it's after 9 a.m. on the 19th.
That's correct.
Exhibit number 80. And we'll go this way. Now we've got a placard with that item in the pool.
That's correct.
Okay. Moving back to the house, 81, living room.
That's correct.
Okay, just to orient you. 82. We've got an evidence placard now 12. Is that right?
Yes.
And now again, we can clearly see that these pictures are taken during the day. From this picture, we also see some pieces of paper that are taped to the walls here. Can you tell me what those are since they're in this photograph?
They are targets that are utilized for the Faro scanning device, which is a 3D laser scanner that will take 3D imagery of the entire scene.
And so clearly these targets are up. Was that done here?
Yes.
By someone else?
Yes.
Okay. Is that pretty standard nowadays, the 3D scanner thing?
Now, no, we're way beyond in technology, but back then, yes.
It was pretty regular to do
Yes.
that Faro scanner?
That's correct.
Okay. 83. What are we looking at here?
Those are markers placed down with an overall of that living room dining area.
And so again, I recognize I've reiterated this a number of times, but you're taking these photographs, and now we have something else here in the bottom left corner-ish of 83, that's like a blue mark.
Yes.
Did you put this down?
No, that was a laboratory.
Okay. So you're taking this picture and we're documenting how it is now on the 19th, which is sort of throughout the morning. How long are you there on the 19th?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember, was it that a regular workday for you?
Yes.
And so if your regular shift ended at 7, would it be possible or likely you probably worked towards around that time frame?
Yes.
Okay. Again, there might have been some flexibility given that you worked longer the day before and you're kind of continuing with the same scene.
Correct.
When you came to this scene on the 19th in the morning, did you come straight here or did you go to the office first? Do you remember?
We always go to the office first and get our vehicle and equipment prior to responding to a scene.
Okay. So now in this one, I think this is probably the first time we've seen these letter placards. We know that you left about 9:30 the night before after taking the overalls, and there were not these letter placards. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
So when these were placed and who did what with these would have been during a time frame perhaps before you arrived back on the 19th in the morning?
Correct.
A better question for a different witness?
Correct.
Okay. Now we're going to 84, again documenting, we have these faro targets,
Yes, sir.
and then this L1 here.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not going to ask you too much about what each of the numbers mean, but is it fair to say you didn't place this or collect anything as it related to this particular item?
Correct.
But you documented it in a photograph?
I did.
Okay. 85, we have L1 and L2 in this picture, is that right?
That's correct.
And again, at this point, there are other crime scene personnel who are delegated a different task and are doing their tasks on the 19th while you're taking photos.
Correct.
And I say that just to point out that at some point you take a photograph here in 83, and you're there this late morning, and we have L1, and then later in your photograph, same morning, we have someone has come through, and now they have documented an L2 to focus on as well.
That is correct.
Okay. And in this, can you see that faro tripod, or is that something else?
That appears to be the tripod, yes.
Okay.
Or
And
a photography tripod.
some sort of tripod?
Yes.
Fair enough. Should have said it that way. And it looks like you captured somebody in the mirror here. I don't know. I doubt you can see who that is. But does that appear to be similar to clothing that you would have worn? Where's autofocus? That might help. Maybe a little washed out. Appear to be similar to clothing you would have worn as being there as a part of the crime scene unit.
Yes.
You can see kind of vaguely a mask, the suit, a hairnet. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Looks like perhaps that person was just captured inadvertently in the mirror.
That's correct.
On this picture, well, I'll leave it alone. By this point in the morning, the Allison's body has been removed.
It appears so, yes.
Okay. You weren't present for that
I
removal?
was not.
Okay. Would that be common practice in your experience that the medical examiner would come and remove the body relatively soon after police response within hours?
Yes.
Jeff, could you give me the number of that picture, Sergeant?
85. This is exhibit 85. If you're asking for the title of the picture or the exhibit number? 86, continuing to move through here. Now we've got what's L2, and someone asks you hey, can you take a picture of this?
Yes.
Is this standard when you're doing these kinds of things, or did someone lay this down for you?
No, that is my L scale.
What's that?
That's to take measurements, usually of comparison quality images or footwear or something where you need that scale in your image for reference.
So moving through, we have here, this is your L scale. Now we can see it actually looks like an L.
Correct.
All right. And down here, we've got a little tag, a date, item number, case number. Is that your initial and badge number?
That's correct.
And again, your directionality.
Correct.
This you can't see this whole placard, but here you've got it labeled L3.
That's correct.
Okay. And again, you didn't apply this blue stuff to this particular thing when you took a picture of it?
Correct.
But someone else did and said, come take this photo?
Yes.
Okay. gonna move through similar 88, just another picture of that, different lighting. Do you sometimes take multiple pictures of the same thing? Scratch that. When you're taking these photographs, do you kind of check them as you're going and say, did I capture what I intended to capture?
Yes.
Okay. Are there times you might take multiple photographs from a different angle or a different lighting just to see if you can see on camera what you might be seeing with the naked eye?
Yes, and actually on images such as that, it's a normal practice to take several different lighting angles.
So now, consistent with that, I'll move to 89, which we have here documented as L4. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 90, another of L4, different, just slightly different lighting.
Yes.
Slightly brighter, okay. Now, kind of in reverse order here, we've got 91. Can you see on 91 where potentially L3 and L4 are in relation to the house itself?
Yes.
So can you just describe for me? I feel like I'm doing a lot of talking. I want you to talk.
They're in the dining area, which is the bordering the east Arcadia door there. L4 being just inside, just to the west of that east door, and L3 being further to the west, which is closer to that living room front door area.
Okay. And we see again, these have sort of this blue stuff on them.
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you too much about that, but is that something that is consistent you've seen used in crime scenes when it comes to potentially shoe or foot impressions?
It's a laboratory process. It's not a crime scene technique that we on the road use.
Fair enough. And help me go through that. In this case, while you were present, did some members of the Scottsdale Crime Lab come to the scene?
Yes.
And do some of the things that the lab does?
Yes.
And I won't ask you too much about that, but they were present at the same time as you were.
Yes.
Sometimes, okay. East backyard.
Yes, sir.
It's exhibit 92. Gonna move back to the backyard. Now, exhibit 11 again, what is that?
That is the mat or piece of carpeting that was pulled from the pool.
Does it appear to have some staining here?
It does.
Okay. Now 94. Is that the same thing, just a different angle or different zoom or?
Yes, a closer image.
And does that appear to be consistent with the carpet then that was marked as 11 and in the pool initially in those overalls that you took?
Yes.
Now it's just been taken out of the pool and laid on the cool deck?
Correct.
Pool deck. All right. Now we're at 95. What is this? Can you see that?
I believe it was an earring inside the pool.
And we see placard 13?
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna now go to 96. Maybe it'll be easier to see. Does that appear to be an earring in the pool?
It does.
'97. What is this?
And that's an overall of the edge of the pool.
And you can see placards 13 and 14?
Correct.
And can you kind of see that earring that was referenced in placard 13 previously?
Yes, sir.
Right here in the bottom middle of the photograph, roughly?
Yes, sir.
And then 14, we have what appears to be, what is this?
A broken tile.
And does that appear to be consistent with this item at the bottom of the pool on the left side of this photograph?
It does.
Okay. '98, same thing, just zoomed in.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this exhibit 14, the tile piece broken.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now 99. Let's do. Always fine. What is that?
That is the earring removed from the pool at a close-up.
Okay. And you're kind of matching it up with the placard that we had previously shown to kind of keep the item consistent with the item number in the photograph?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. We're at exhibit 100. Similar questions. What item number is this?
That is the broken tile removed from the pool and placed on a piece of paper.
Okay. Exhibit 14, or I'm sorry, item 14 with the placard anyway?
Correct.
Okay. And I don't know if sitting up there if you can see this, but does there appear to be potentially some hair attached to that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, we're at next 101, laundry room.
Yes.
Okay, gonna move into the laundry room. 102. again. Now we've got, what is this a picture of?
That is the laundry room.
Can obviously see a washer and dryer,
Correct.
some cabinets.
Yes.
We've got, looks like the edge of somebody with, can you see anything on their feet or no?
They're wearing booties.
Okay. Is that sort of consistent with some of the personal protective gear that detectives frequently utilize?
Yes.
Now 103, what is this?
That is a closer up image of the cabinet doors above the washer dryer.
So now again, we're talking about 219 sort of during the day, I'll call it now, as you're taking these photos and you're present at the scene. So now we've got 104. What is this?
That is the open cabinet displaying photo marker number 15.
Up here?
Correct.
Above the Swiffer box on the right side of this photo?
Correct.
And then so if this is 103, in order to take this photograph, would you have opened these cabinets?
Yes.
These two, how would you have done that?
From an area that would not normally be touched and certainly not by the knob.
Going back to 103, are you able to see those knobs?
Yes, sir.
Do they appear to potentially have, I'm going to try to put it at an angle where it's not as washed out. Do they potentially have what appears to be something? Can you see anything around each of the knobs?
Yes, there were dried droplets, some type of spray on each of the knob areas.
Would that have been apparent to you when you were photographing these cabinets?
Yes,
Would that have been a reason for you to avoid touching that area?
certainly.
.105, that cabinet on the right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, 106, moving into the kitchen.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at this point, we've seen the kitchen overalls that you took it, and is this picture a little bit different than the initial overalls that you took?
Yes.
So this is 107. You see some of those item placards in this picture?
Yes.
Can you talk to us about them?
They were placed prior to my arrival, and I was asked to photograph the marked items.
So we see it looks like a 16, a 17, and an 18?
Yes.
Is that right? And then a little arrow?
Yes,
north
and I
arrow?
believe there may be a 19 in that furthest drawer as well.
Over here?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see that? It's hard to see from this
I
picture.
can't tell what that is.
Yeah, that's fair. We'll get to it. But this is sort of the countertop here, and now you started to move into placards and taking pictures of placards to later correspond it to items that may be either important or seized or swabbed or impounded or to some degree connected back to the placards, and you want to know where they were when you took this picture. As a little compound, Judge.
If you could rephrase, please.
Sure. Is it important that you're taking this picture so you can know where placard 16 was?
If you could rephrase, please.
Sure. Why do you take a picture of placard 16?
To show an image of what may be of evidentiary value,
Sure.
which has been marked prior to my arrival.
Same reason you're taking a picture of all these placards.
Correct.
This is the gist of my question. Okay. Moving on. 108. What is this?
That is contents of a purse marked item number 16.
Again, what we saw in 107.
Correct.
Now we're going to go to 109. Do you know what that is?
And that is a Walmart receipt that was marked as the PM16 in the
Okay.
purse.
What is this?
The drawers which have been marked as 17, 18, and 19.
Okay. And again, at the point that you're taking this picture, you didn't put these placards down, is that right?
Correct.
Did someone else open these drawers then?
Yes.
Okay. And maybe if we go from this one, can you see anything around placard 18? I'm going to move on to the next photo. Can you see anything?
It looks like an additional receipt.
Okay. Now, if I show you exhibit number 111, does that appear to be, what is that?
That is the Kohl's receipt that was shown previously.
Okay. And you're documenting these photographs. Is it your job to be connecting up, the dots, so to speak?
No, sir.
Okay. Now we're gonna go to 112. What is that?
Photo marker 19, which appears to be additional receipts.
Okay, that last drawer in the kitchen that we looked at?
Yes.
All right. 113.
Item number 20, a soap container on the counter.
All right. 114. Oops, I'm gonna turn it this way.
Internal contents of the refrigerator in the kitchen.
Okay. 115. Dining room.
Dining room.
116. What is this?
That is a photograph marked PM 21, which is the threshold of the Arcadia door in the dining area.
Looks like the Arcadia door is clearly open at this point. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Do you have any memory of opening that door?
No, sir.
You were asked to take a photo of this placard.
Correct.
Okay. Based on your training and experience, does this red staining, is this consistent with blood?
Yes, sir.
Does this blue appear to be related to the lab's work?
Correct.
Okay. 117. You see that placard 21 again?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is that?
I'm not certain.
If I go from this one, 116, to this one, does that just appear to be that track of that door here?
Yes.
What does it appear to you?
I'm not certain.
Okay, fair enough. But we do see the placard 21 here.
Yes.
Okay. And that's exhibit 117. Exhibit 118?
That's the staining to the Arcadia door at the threshold.
Okay. Is that, you call it staining? Does that appear to be consistent with blood to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as I'm looking at this picture, is this essentially, well, let's go to one more, see if it helps. 119. What is this?
That's another image of the same area.
Okay. So the blood here, middle of the picture along this white piece of the door. I mean, as you're looking at this, can you tell if you close the Arcadia door, is this going to be between the door and the wall?
That would be a protected area had it been closed.
And as well as this, depending on how whether the screen was open or closed, but if it was closed, this would have been against the wall.
Correct.
Is that fair? Okay. 120, backing it up, is that the same area we've been talking about, 120?
Yes.
And again, there's an item here.
Yes.
Exhibit 121, what is this?
That is a Swiffer mop marked in the dining room of the residence.
Oh, marked as 22.
22.
Does there appear to be an item of clothing on this chair?
I'm
Can
not
you-
certain
can
what
you
it
tell?
is, but yes.
Okay. Something red is in the middle of this photograph?
Correct.
And again, your job is to take photos, not to document what each of these things are necessarily.
Correct.
All right, okay. $122, what is this?
That's a mirror that is directly to the east of the Arcadia door.
And it has placard number 23 on it?
Correct.
Okay. 123, moving back, what is this?
That is the pillar leading from the front entryway into the dining area, and you see the hallway to the north.
On this photo, it might be faint from your perspective, but can you see anything around this light switch area from there?
I believe on the corner, the southwest corner that's closest to us in the image, there was a red discoloration.
Now, if I show you 124, is that a better picture?
Yes, sir.
Now, of that red discoloration?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now, going to 125, an evidence placard number 24. Is that the same thing, but now with an evidence placard?
That's correct.
Okay. so that's 125. We're gonna move again. This living room, okay?
Yes.
126. All right, now we're on to 127. So we've seen this image a couple times, but now you see some evidence placards.
Correct.
Can you see on the floor here that discoloration again?
Correct.
Was that apparent to you when you were there in person?
Yes.
Now we're moving on to 128. Again, now you've moved sort of same thing in the living room, but a different angle.
Yes, sir.
Okay, 129. Again, this is the status of, is this the status of the scene on 219 as you're working during the day?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Kind of documenting what others are doing and what the placards are being placed?
Correct.
Okay. 130. What is this?
Photo markers number 25 and 26 of items on that living room coffee table.
$131.
Northeast master bedroom.
So going back to the master. Now we have maybe a better picture here. 132. We can see now placard 27.
Yes, sir.
Consistent with what we've discussed before. What is that potentially?
It appears to be a jean jacket.
Okay. And now we can see here potentially this drawer is more open than it was in the prior picture. Is that right? Or
Possibly.
Possibly? Okay. Again, we'll move to what the spare bedroom, as I termed it, 133.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned, I'll just show limited pictures of those. 134. What is this?
That's the rack along the wall in the bedroom.
Okay. And now 135. Were you asked to take a picture of that placard number 28?
Yes.
And again, as you're taking these pictures, you're not necessarily the person who's documenting what each of the items are.
Correct.
Okay. 136.
The northwest office.
Okay, back to the office. 137.
Placards 29 and 30 located on the floor of the office.
Okay. Now we're gonna go back to the bedroom. Okay, northeast master.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's exhibit 138. And 140.
Photo marker 31.
What is that? Just, do you know?
It's a case of some sort.
Okay. What does this appear to be a picture of generally?
It appears to be that open nightstand drawer.
Okay. And now you were there for most of the day, and we had talked about potentially how long that day. If I showed you exhibit 141, does that refresh your memory a little bit?
Yes.
So does it appear you were still there on the 19th at 1900?
Yes, sir.
What time is that?
7 p.m.
Okay. Again, we've seen this placard before, but do you just kind of write on this and then use each time you use this, you reuse the same card?
The placard, yes,
Yes.
we would just erase it and put a new case on there or other additional information.
Got it. 142.
The carport.
Were you asked then to go in and take some photos of the car in the carport?
Yes.
143. What are we looking at here?
The doors and door handles of the vehicle inside the carport.
In this image, in this vantage point at least, what door is this?
That is the passenger front.
Okay. 144. Is that a handle?
Yes.
I think perhaps better at 145. Can you see anything on here?
Yes, there's wiping and dripping on the handle area of that door.
Would that have been something you would have also seen with your eyes?
Yes.
Okay. 146. now. We're still on 219, roughly 7 p.m. We're going to the laundry, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now 147. It's hard, kind of washed out, but what are these up here?
Those are the cabinets in the laundry room above the washer dryer.
Okay, but now they've got little things on them.
Correct.
So is that, did you place those little things?
I did not.
Okay. Someone asked you to take a picture of them?
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna move to, what is it? What does that say at Exhibit 148?
Laundry A.
Okay. And what about 149?
Laundry B.
And what about 150?
Laundry C.
Okay, and now I'm gonna slow it down. Can you kind of see, you tell me, can you see in Exhibit 148 that, I think you called it droplets or something that you testified to earlier around the handle here?
Not as much from this angle.
Okay. What about on 149?
Yes.
And what about on 150?
Yes.
So, just for purposes of efficiency, if I'm kind of is this what you're referring to?
Yes, like a semicircle of dried droplets around the handle area.
So on Exhibit 150, this sort of semicircle in the bottom middle of this photograph where it has sort of a white coloration.
That's correct.
Okay, and kind of, you had mentioned we showed a previous picture of it with all three handles, but as we zoom in on these, perhaps this one has the best general understanding. Can you see it on this handle too, which would be to the left in Exhibit 150 a little bit?
Yes.
Left middle of this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Going to 149, can you see anything about the knob itself?
It appears to have dried material on it as well.
Okay. $151.
Into the kitchen.
Back to the kitchen, okay. And now 152.
And that appears to be the windowsill area and the window from the kitchen into the backyard.
Okay. Now it's evening time on the 19th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in this picture, do you see any of those similar white droplets or consistent discoloration that you've talked about before?
Yes.
Where is that?
That is on the window that is to the south.
This is sort of the middle of this picture almost.
Correct.
Do you see anything on the faucet handle at all?
Yes.
Okay. Is that, well, this is a bad question, but when I asked you about the discoloration, do you see anything like that on the faucet?
Yes.
Okay. It's 152. 153. Keep moving here. Central bathroom?
Yes.
Okay. And 154.
That is the sink of that bathroom.
Okay.
And faucet area.
And what about this picture, if anything, is remarkable to you?
There are significant dried droplets of material on the faucet and in the sink.
And so, again, just for the sake of time, if I note this faucet here, like around this basin up here, you can see what appear to be white droplets?
Yes.
Would that have been visible to the naked eye as well?
Yes.
On this handle here in the top middle of the photograph?
Yes.
Do you see? And then you mentioned in the sink itself?
Yes.
And when you put central bathroom, is that that's the bathroom is that the bathroom that is not the master bathroom?
That's correct.
Okay. So sticking with that for a moment, we have 155. What is this a picture of?
That is the cabinetry of that bathroom, then marked similarly to how the laundry room was marked.
With these stickers?
Correct.
Did you apply these?
I did not.
Okay. So I'm going to now go from 155, perhaps a better angle on 156.
And
Go
that
ahead.
is a close-up of that area of the cabinetry.
Is there anything remarkable about 156?
It also had a dried spray of some type throughout.
Maybe it's obvious just from the picture, but as you're looking, this kind of these white dots here, that's what you're describing as like a dried spray?
That's correct.
Can you see anything in here that appears like maybe drippage or something along those lines?
Yes.
From your being present at the scene, was this We've seen this now in this picture, but just so I'm clear, this doesn't appear to be intrinsic or part of the design of the cabinet, but something applied or sprayed over top?
Correct.
Okay. 157,
Northeast master bedroom.
going back to the master, 158. Do you know what that is?
That's the door handle of that bedroom door.
Is there anything remarkable about this photograph?
It also appears to have a dried sprayed substance on it.
And then 159, another handle.
That's correct.
Again, anything remarkable about this photograph?
It also appears to have the same material.
And just to be clear, this one, 158, has sort of a key possible, can you see that?
Yes,
And then 159 has sort of a, you could lock it by hand?
correct.
Okay. Continuing on, 160.
The master bedroom dresser with the markings on the handles accordingly.
And now when you're taking photographs in this room, well, let me go to 161 before I ask you that question. Again, we have these stickers?
Correct.
Okay. Is there anything remarkable about this photograph?
It also appears to have a similar spray.
It seems that the light, yeah, there we go. So you can, is this what you're talking about, these white dots?
Yes.
And then this, what, these lines?
Yes,
Okay.
drippage.
Drippage, okay. And as you're working in this room, moving to exhibit 162, you're getting multiple photographs and multiple angles of this tall dresser?
Correct.
Do you see the same staining or spray on these handles?
Yes, throughout.
Okay. At the time that you're working in this room, is it kind of, well, at this point, you're kind of getting up close and personal with this dresser at exhibit 163? Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. You might not be able to read that. Can you read the label on that one?
I see the master bedroom, but I cannot see the number.
Okay. I can actually see it on this one, but it's not appearing as very well on yours.
Maybe an A?
Okay. Is it fair to say that these were labeled by someone else and you took pictures of them?
Correct.
And why, in your experience, would you go through and label the drawers?
They plan on taking some sort of evidence or documenting a specific area of that mark.
So if going to 164, for instance, if you were going to either take something from this drawer or swab the knob or do something else, might you want to know which of the drawers in the dresser you were referring to later?
Yes, you'd grid it out essentially in a smaller area to be able to identify where the evidence came from.
Okay. Can you read that number if I put it like this?
It appears to say master bedroom B.
Okay. And again, in this zoomed in photo, we're looking at exhibit 164, this closer photo. Can you see what a better angle maybe of what you were talking about?
Yes, with the spray and the droplets,
Yes.
drips, yes.
Okay. If you look at the handles themselves, does there appear to be any on that handle itself?
Yes.
I won't ask you that about every single one, but we are going to move through so we have documented each individual handle. 165?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you to read every letter, but is it, if I go back to this picture, would it be standard if we're going A, B, C, D, and you would just go down in a grid through the letters?
I believe so, but I didn't place them, so.
You didn't place
it's
them,
hard to
fair
see.
enough. So now we're going to move on to 165. I'm sorry, 166. Again, same dresser.
It appears to be D and F possibly?
Fair enough. Can you see that staining on here?
Yes.
167.
That would be master bedroom E with the same type of staining on that drawer.
And on the knob, does it appear to be any as well or no?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
168.
It appears to read master bedroom F with the same type of spray to the knob and drawer.
Okay. 169.
Master bedroom G with the same type of spray.
And 170.
Master bedroom H with the same markings as well.
Okay. Almost through here. 171.
I can't read the letter. It's in the master bedroom. Looks like possibly, is it I? Yeah.
If this was H, would it most likely be
Yes.
I? Okay, I won't hold you to it, but as we're going through each of these, I'm almost done with the dresser here.
And
Another one?
master bedroom J with the similar markings.
Okay, that's 172, 173.
Master bedroom K with similar spray.
And again, would this spray have stood out to you as you're standing there?
Yes.
174.
Master bedroom L with similar markings.
Okay, almost, here we go, 175.
And that appears to be the nightstand with the drawers and knobs marked with a similar spray visible in that photograph.
Is there anything remarkable about this when it comes to the coloration?
With the spray that it's very visibly white against the black dresser.
Moving on to 176, and then again, just what is this a photo of?
Master bedroom M would be that drawer with that spray on the drawer and knob.
So just moving through, documenting the scene as it stood out to you on the 19th.
Yes.
Okay. 177. We're back. That's just documenting that you were in the master bedroom.
Yes.
Now we're gonna go to 178. What is that? Another card where you asked to continue to do photographs that evening?
Yes. That's
Okay.
another card number 3, which is at 8:20 p.m.
And so why do you do these multiple cards? You know, you have one at like 9, and then one at 7, and now at 8:20.
If we have to use a different photo card, if one is full and we need to change to a different card, we want to reorient ourselves and show exactly where we are, the report number, and all the necessary information.
And then what do you, we're almost at the end of the day, so what do you do once you take all these photos with, you know, you're at the scene, you have your camera, you're taking all these photos. What do you do with them?
Our photo cards would then be uploaded into our digital image management system, and the cards would then be reformatted for reuse in a different scene.
Okay. So you upload them to you called it a digital management system?
At that time, yes.
What is that?
It's a big server that stored all of our images at that time.
And is that a secure place to put these photos for saving for later?
Yes.
Fair to say, okay.
Yes.
And will this placard help you reorient as to where you were, what case number, things like that?
Yes, should anyone need to view the images, we want to make sure that they have all that information.
So that was 178. So you go back in the house and you take a few more pictures. I'm not going to show you all of them, but it looks like you took more pictures of potential things on the floor. I won't ask you too much about what they are.
Yes.
And then that's 179, the L2, and 180. Why does this one look so much different than 179?
That doesn't appear to be my image.
Okay. When you went back into the house?
Yeah, that looks like it's, sorry.
Go ahead.
It looks like it's a photo lab image where they change it into black and white to better contrast when they're examining. So those photographs don't appear to be mine.
Okay. Were you present at the house at the time that the personnel were going through and taking footwear images?
No.
Were you present when you took the footwear images earlier that day?
Yes.
Okay. But if the lab went in after you and took additional footwear photographs, you would have left by that point?
Yes.
Okay. And do you do any sort of footwear comparison or anything? Is that part of your job?
The photography, yes.
Just the photography of the potential impressions?
Yes.
And to reiterate, you didn't seize any sort of swabs from any of the knobs?
No.
Would you have any reason to have touched any of the knobs?
No.
Would you have any reason to have, well, were you asked in this particular case to impound anything that may have been collected from the house?
No.
Okay. You actually go back again, might be, we can continue for a few more questions, and that might be a good time to break, Judge. Are you asked to return again on the 20th?
Yes,
So now this would be your third day at the scene, essentially?
yes,
Do you remember around when you got there on the 20th?
I don't.
Okay, fair enough. If I put up this placard, what would that help orient you?
Yes, that is 8 o'clock in the morning, 8:05.
On February 20th, 2015?
Correct.
So now we're back to card one, sort of, is that in reference to the camera cards you're using?
Yes.
Okay. So Judge, I'm gonna move into the 20th. Let me show defense the remainder of these. Judge, I just moved to admit and publish 256 through 269 by stipulation.
And
then
any objection?
No objection.
It's
Then-
ordered admitting 256 through 259 into evidence.
And then I'm gonna, if it's all right with Your Honor, after we go through a few of these, I will break for the day, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay. So we've got you there. I'm gonna show you now 256, center bathroom again.
Yes,
So again, you're asked to come back on the 20th, or told to come back on the 20th.
yes,
Is that around when your shift started then, the 8 a.m.?
prior to.
Okay. So if you were there on the 19th from 9 a.m. to what appeared to be 8:20 or so from that last placard marker,
Yes,
is it likely that you did anything else related to your work prior to going back on the 20th
no,
in the morning? Okay. So when you left on the 19th, you tell me, was it your understanding that you're probably just, hey, come back tomorrow?
yes.
Okay. So we looked at 257, 258. What is this?
That is a soap container in that bathroom marked number 32.
We're gonna zoom in a little bit, 259, just, what is that?
That's a close-up of the soap container, number 32.
Okay. And again, we're a little disjointed. Is it fair to say that there, again, are other individuals in the home that are looking at things and putting photo markers down for you to photograph?
That's correct.
260,
The living room.
261. What is this?
That is an area that the laboratory had processed and marked out for me to take photographs.
And so once we're at 261 now, this one clearly looks a little bit different than some of the ones we saw of the living room before. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And how is it different?
It appears that there are placed cones there. There's now an L number 5. And there's something else in the image that I can't tell what that is. Laboratory material.
Down here?
Yes.
Better question for someone else, perhaps?
Yes.
And these cones, obviously, these are not in the image previously.
Correct.
And does the couch appear to be in a different orientation?
Possibly.
And what do you recall seeing like a coffee table in prior images?
And that is removed. Correct.
Okay. We're gonna just zoom in on that in 262. Were you asked to take a picture of L5?
Yes.
What is this?
That's the edge of one of the traffic cones.
263?
That is another laboratory marked area, L6.
And it probably hard for you sitting here today to tell us why they marked this or what they did with this, because you didn't do it.
Correct.
263, 264, we'll move through those. Is this your photograph?
Yes,
Is this your initials?
that's correct.
L5,
Yes,
220?
yes,
Can you read that? It's hard to see.
yes.
Okay. 265, again. Is this, excuse me, still L5?
Yes,
Okay. And you're taking photographs of these, whatever they might be on the floor?
with different angles of light.
Okay.
Yes.
Again, is this pretty standard practice for someone who would have been tasked with taking photographs at a scene as you were in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Moving forward from 265 to 266. Again, not asking you to opine what we're looking at, but just that you were asked with taking photographs.
Correct.
Okay. Does this floor all appear consistent with that living room floor that we've been talking about, 265, 264, 263?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're almost done with your role at the house, and then I'm going to ask that we break for the day. So just a few more, okay? 267?
The East Alley.
Okay. And whereabouts is this in relation to, well, let me go to the next one, 268. Where are we in relation to Allison's house?
That is the alley to the east that runs north to south.
Okay. And can you kind of see on the farthest right of this image, 268, the backyard of Allison's residence?
Yes, sir.
And you can see in here at least photo markers. Can barely see this one up here. I won't ask you to opine on it, but can you see this one?
Yes.
And then I'm gonna dig in one more. What is Exhibit 269? What is this?
That is a closer up image of that communications box at the top of it.
So if we look at this box here.
That's correct.
And again, do you know why you were asked to take a picture of the top of the communications box?
There was some type of marking or transfer on it that they were interested in.
Okay. But again, that wasn't your role in this particular case at this time?
Correct.
Okay. Judge, that might be a good place to stop.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and break for the afternoon. Please remember that admonition as you go home tonight. Please do not discuss the case, do any research, read any news articles about any of this case or anyone involved in the case, and we will look forward to seeing you back tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Thank you.